there. Good morning, good morning. Yes, 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 Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you this morning. We beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kinamadonket, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kinamadonket, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bright and clean as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one, O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bright and queen art the mother and daughter of the slain one, O thou who art the lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Kinematonket, hear and save. O thou lady of the amber skin, lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, Our Lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old, hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Timidonfet, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our soul, the whirling of our dance. May it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Kinemedonket are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. We are the mother, we the speaking sea, we are the earth in its fertility. life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Kenemetonket are we, into our beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush and women are creation's crown. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely ours, or ours. Kenemetonket are we, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the vow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless infinite desire of years. We are the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail and we the glory now. We are the flame and fueler of thy breath. We are the star of Hikoteara upon thy brow. We are thy queen enraptured and possessed. High do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Hear, Lady Kenemetonket, and receive our prayer. Thee we worship, invoke, and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our Ankh. We are Kenemetonket, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, and with divine wisdom we invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Geb and Akkad. We are the wife and sister of the king Al-Sod. We are she who rises in the dog star. We are she who is called the Nethelet of women. We are she who separated heaven from earth. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Al-Sod, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We have taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominions of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you. O Mother Kenemetonket, great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Kenemetonket, who art all that ever was and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Iset, all said, Kenemetonket, 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 graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of whom now loom the unknowable one, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and joy, and even unto death and into the next life. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. Hear us, we beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Rekhet, Lady of Bukhet, Lady of Set, Lady of Rasari, Lady of Tishar and Sahar, Mother and Horizon of Aru, and the Atetbot of millions of years. Thou art the great defender, thou art overthrower of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hesta. Deliver us from the abodes of fiends. O thou who art Sekhmet, life giver to the Nethernomid of Mael Shinu, Sekhmet, Lady of Flame, Sekhmet, Great One of Magic, Sekhmet, eternal is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet with a lioness head, Sekhmet whose color is red, Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, Sekhmet, consort of Hikoteara, Sekhmet, mighty is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, goddess of pestilence, goddess of wars, Sekhmet, queen of the wasteland, Sekhmet, terrible is thy name. O come to us, Sekhmet, destroyer of rebellion, Sekhmet, scorching eye of Ra, Sekhmet, protector, ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, Sekhmet, mother of the Nethernomid of Kamiel Shednu, Sekhmet, mistress of the crowns, Sekhmet, thou art called only one, Sekhmet, beloved is thy name. Possess us now, O great one, Nezor, greater than Niset, Sefiparam Hasro, Hapo Tishtif, greater than Hathor, Pashakasa, greater than Bast, Parahaka Kaparu, greater than Mahar, Sekhmet, mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mystery. Sekhmet, preeminent one, Sekhmet, light beyond darkness, Sekhmet, sovereign of her father, Sekhmet, hidden is thy name. Rapturous our dying, Lady of Amta Vamenta, Lady of Manu, Lady of Sa, Vorastol, Lady of Tebna Babakur, Lady of Aru, of Yavin. Thou art the Nekaret, Tamisa Shet, destroyer, upholder, thou art the terror before which fiends tremble, thou art lust, thou art life, or burning one. Tekahara Sapusaram Kakaram Met Sepiparam Hasro Petishtif, Mistress of enchantment, source and word of power, forbidden is thy name. We are the sealed ones. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nethermid of Kamiel Shernu. From the Anat of Kamanu, adoration rises unto thee, who makest sound their bone and preserveth them from terror. All beings hail thee, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nethermid of Kamiel Shernu. Preserved beyond death, that secret name, O being called Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa. At the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken than encircling one. We lose ourself in thee. Homage to you, Higo Patera, and hail to the Nethanomida Kamiel Shernu, who came forth from thy members. O Higo Sasatim, hearer of prayers, thou art the great high, and thyself whom we call forth. Thou art a shrine ever open, thine ears ever merciful unto those that are oppressed. O thou living flame, ending the veil of darkness, illuminated as Ra passing through the Amduat. O King of the Nethanomida Kamiel Shin, you Lord of the great throne, Hikupateara Tartin, and noticed of the originals, has created the framework of the multiverse. Active one who came forth active, Una Loom, he renewed what is already is, whose respect is great in the Anad. Greetings to you, exalted ancient one, O Taten and the Ka of all the living were created in the image of Hikupateara, all formed in thy thinking heart and by thy tongue. The fires of life burns in thine heart. Here was created from the thoughts of Hikupateara's heart, while Tahuti was formed by the words of Hikupateara's tongue. Hikupateara's heart guides the Anarda, while Hikupateara's tongue directs humans. Atumra had to labor to create the Anad. Hikupateara had only to speak, and the Anad was created. Hikopatera called the names of Shu and Tefnut, and the wind and the rain gave birth to the Anad. Sight, hearing, and smell all report to the heart, for the heart is the source of all knowledge. The tongue speaks only what the heart thinks. Atumra thinks only the thoughts of Hikopatera, while the Anad speaks only the words of Hikopatera. As thy heart grants the gift of life, O Tatenin, thy tongue organizes life's abundance. Hikopatera is the creator of all crafts and trades, for Sepiparam Hesarapu Tishtif is the great defender and beloved of Hikopatera, for Nefertum, protector of the two lands, and for all the Nethernumidev Kamiel Shinu of Memphis. O Ornathonumidev Kamiel Shin of the flammable mound, hail unto thee, great art thou, revered art thou, who made Aru after the conception of Unalum's mind, who suspended Aru in the heavens by the elevation of the atmosphere. We are thy divine children of Hikopatera. As thy omens are before us, we follow thee. Thou hast led us to rest by thy side in the western heavens, like all the mysterious Nethanim Depkamel Shenu of the Duat. We are associated with thy divine Anar, then thy mysterious seed, like our feast, thy son, who is by thy side. Grant that we may eat the food of thy divine offerings of bread, incense, beer, sheta, and wine. Grant that we may live again in the land of the blessed ones, in the hereafter duat, seeing thee every day like thy divine Anar. Give to us thy eyes and thy ears, O Lord, Hikupaterasasatìm, O Neb, and hear our plea which we make before thee. We are thy beloved children, great in benefactions. We dedicate our life to the Father of beginnings. In your honor, we dedicate our living temple to you. Come forth, Hikupaterasasatìm. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously, O Hikupaterasasatìm, Tartinin of millions of names. Hear our ayakana, hear our prayer. Shine your mercy on our suffering, O Hikupatera, in the Ka mansion. The Hikupatera Sasatim, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Our hair is new, our face is raw, our eyes are new vet, our ears are ahuat, our nose is kincheps, our lips are sebek, our teeth are kepara, Our neck is Kenemetonket, the Divine Mother. Our hands are Kenemu, the Deneb Tatu. Our forearms are Nath, the Lady of Sadis. Our backbone is Sut. Our privy member is Esau. Our reins are the Lord of Karaba. Our breast is the breast of the awful and terrible one. Our belly and our backbone are Seket. Our buttocks are the eyes of Hero. Our hips are the thighs of Nut. Our tongue is Hikopatera, and our feet are Hikopatera. Our fingers and leg bones are the living Warai. There is no member of our body which is not the member of some Nethanumatepakami al Sharon. The four regions of Ra are the limbs of Geb and Gaia. Tahuti shieldeth our body altogether, and we are raw every day. None shall seize us by our arms, none shall drag us away by our hand, and there shall do us hurt neither men nor Nanternumadevakami Shin, nor sainted dead, nor they who have perished, nor any one of those of olden times, nor any mortal nor human being. We come forth in advance, and our name is unknown. We are yesterday, and our name is seer of millions of years. O ears that hear, O eyes that see, O hands that bless, graciously receive our offering. O Father, Mother, Hikopatearatatanen, we give you our heart, our hands, our breath, and our ka. We give you our names, and we receive yours in return. Our heart is your shrine, O Father, Mother, Hikopatearatatanen. We give you our sorrow, and we receive your power in return. We become your own flesh. You become the Lord of our life. May your life become our life. O Hikopateara Tatinen of light, may your light be our light. O Hikopateara of mercy, may your compassion liberate us. Giver of all life to all of creation, such does the all flow forth. We who come forth from your body, we are Hikopateara Tatinen. O Hikopateara of life, light, and mercy, hear our prayers. Life, power, and health to the child who came forth from thy limbs. Grant that they, Hiru the Peru, may rest upon thy throne as king of the two lands, the mighty bull, beloved of Mahat, while the lands and the countries fall beneath his feet forever. May Kiku Petera Tartinin sword victorious. Let Hunalum be divine before the possessed of thy favor. Extend for thou the boundaries of the nine bows, Lord of the double feather, and shining ornaments brilliant, who makes Nethnumidevakamiel Shern alive, radiating, the Lord of light, shining in brightness, rises in every eye. Hail to you, Master of Sakar Netar, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. You shaped Geb, you assembled your own flesh, you counted your members, you had no father who engendered you when you were born into existence, no mother who gave birth to you. Let us go, let us sing for Hikopetearasasatim many hymns. Una Lum, whom created the Netanamida you, the men and all the animals, who created all the kingdoms, the riverbanks and the very green, singing on Una Lum's behalf of creator of the kingdom, a gift of the living king to Hikupatera Sasatim, south of his walls, Sekhmet, defender and beloved of Hikupatera Sasatim, Hikupatera Sakar Nebavsher Yer, and Osor Nebavurhastor. May you allow our soul, our Ka, to come forth in the day to see the At and Ra. May you listen to us praying every day like transfigured spirits whom you made so glorious, and may you have us follow you both day and night as one of those who you honor. We are they whom has been true to Hikopatera Sasatim since first we were on a call. Let us satisfy truth truly every day, for we have turned our back on evil in their presence, nor has there been occasion for it since our birth. Let us be among the crew in the bark of Esau, celebrating in the district of Bakar for the spirit of the hereditary prince, sole friend, royal deputy of the two lands, royal scribe, Horemheb the vindicated, Hikoptera Sasatim of emerald skin, the beautiful face with a postish beard, wearing a skull cap crown. Thy form is hidden, thou art in all things. From eternal spark do we bring newness and regeneration. Come forth, Hikopateasasatem, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. of thy own free will. Bless us by being with us, possessing us through every day and nightness and into the unknown home. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, 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 arsimito, kishabo, balana, shimtrina, arsimito, kishabo, balana, shimtrina, arsimito, kishabo, balana, shimtrina, habrada, habrada, habrada. Those couple of invocations are things things I really started my journey with. I'll start with that here later. But connecting to the Divine Mother and seeing that she has a couple of different aspects about her. I'm just doing some preliminary stretching. We're going to stretch the gong at 3:33 Eastern Time. So here in just a few minutes. But finding the Divine Mother and finding some actual things that went back to Egypt, back to Kemet, back in the old days, in the old times, and finding the Divine Father as well. There's a portion in here that I just read over, and it mentions how we give our sorrows over and we receive his power in return. It's even said in there that we are Hikogatera. We in the portion with the Divine Mother, it mentions we are the Divine Mother. It's encouraging the teaching, the showing of a parent to a child, and the parent telling the child, look, you are this too. This is what you do too. As any parent would try to teach their child a skill or a trade that they're aware of, this is in your nature. This is who you are. This is who I am. Gave birth to you. This is who you are. You are me. I am you. Let me take the bad from you and let me give you the good. That's everything I'm reading. Ancient Egypt, ancient Kemet, which correlates to other ancient places around the world. And when I found those kind of words compared to the Bible, I read the Bible so many times at that point, my goodness. 3 times. Minimal. Probably a few times over. A few more times over than that. And connecting with these realities really taught me what divinity is like. That's why I prefer the word divinity, Divine Father, Divine Mother. People have different names and different forms and different views. And it's not that people are wrong, though I found just like in my past, my views were quite limited because I had been isolated, whether it was self-imposed or whether someone else did it to me. I was isolated in my thought. When I got into studying Hebrew and Jewish material and so forth, it's pretty intricate, and there was a lot of figuring out there. That's a pretty hard one to navigate. But when I was able to get through there and back to Egypt, back to Kemet, I was like, whoa, okay, I found some real stuff. I found what this was all about. Because things change over time. I went back to school, that simple thing, you whisper something in somebody's ear, and they whisper something in somebody else's ear, and it goes down 10, 15, 20 people, and it's never, at the end, it's never the same message. You never have the same message at the end that you had at the beginning. So how can we imagine that we've maintained the original story? I knew that we hadn't. It was obvious we hadn't figured that out. And everybody's just throwing their layer and their flavor on top of the new story that they're putting out. And that was a part of my journey, is figuring all that, being able to see all that. How do you contain astral flow stress from reading and seeing everything? I don't get astral flow stress. And if I do, I don't know how to describe it. I go, 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 and I'm sipping on water for, I don't know, 2 weeks now. I prefer coffee. I love coffee. Coffee gets me going. I love coffee. Water, I just got water. I just got some water, whatever. I'll keep going. Spiritual stuff. I love spiritual stuff. That's my cake. That's my pie. That's my wonderland. That's my happy place. So astral flow for me is continually what it really comes down to is I seeing everything. Okay, so okay, people want to see everything, right? They want to be like Superman and they want to look through the wall and see what their neighbors are doing, right? Okay, but if you truly go on the spiritual journey, at least as I went on the spiritual journey, the personalization of the spiritual journey, learning who I am and working on my own personal abilities to ever so much more have it a flawless mastery. I'm not interested in anything or anyone. I'm not. I would love to partner up, whether it be a romantic or whether it be a friendship. I want to partner up and create shit in this world. I hate money, but we gonna make a lot of it. But I want to build. I want to do that kind of stuff. Um, so I'm not peeping. I'm not a peeping Tom. I ain't no peeping Tom. I don't want to hear your thoughts. I don't want to tap it unless I'm connecting with you directly to do a card reading or to do whatever kind of stuff that we do as a jam. You know, that's one reality. But I'm not doing anything extra. So, for instance, astral stress. Um, I, I guess the best way I can connect with astral stress is we got a minute to go before we hit the gong. Is that when I do tarot and oracle readings, that shit takes out of me. People want me to do fucking readings so I can get donations and make money to eat food, to pay rent, but it costs my body to do those readings. Everything else is easy on the fly for me. So when I get to that stress, I just stop. I just don't do it anymore. I mean, like, not permanently, but I stop until I'm fully good again. I monitor that stress level and I live my life according to my own levels. I don't go according to other people's demands, and that's the problem. Is that we naturally simply comply to other people's demands and we ignore our own stress levels. Let's take astral flow out together and just leave stress there, on that accord. And so may we all be able to be free from such stress and problems. And I invite you to clear your mind and close your eyes. Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee, your loving lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and one and sword. We ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, spread the light into their bows and cause, having their wrongs. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness, rising with the powers of Gwenvile, fight the blight that be darkened night in our right. Zikia Kampaziana Kampazi, Tingatia Kampazininganana. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your Hekwan. Answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Renos Ezekiel was on foot right ahead Hirusha and Susiruka got a goody Jenny was ma Haporatsuki the Sabatos I be to do Woody Jackins and Asaramen. On Bashiramanta is Wagum Bashamanati as Varnuna Naran Shurung on Shanai, Tres Wagum Shanai, and Treyas Va Wing on Coming Brum. Onji trashi barno suwa onji trashi atrashi baranas baha ruda dire ruda king on the nitron chung king krong hong chung strong on haya bishra matay suwa kum haya bashumanate yazva ha king on king krong on amakusano marano namahas mata pashanom ham who ha hero regular Ringon con un anni Maria sua come yari and yazwa we shringon going on his shirt that high sua com jordi he chendogi jibariswa no na kringon pumpkin pong on chirichi bari sua com shisha ibara tayizwa olo Nada pasano so wako managadi buba bebu bear bor bubu bear ong amen Renos Ezekiel was on Putur, I had Hirusha, Hensuziru Gagor, Kurijin, was Maha for to give us the patrols, I paid the two Woody Shakins and Asaraman, Ashukushu Baru, Gilma, Kabal, Mamu, Alabo, Pogana, Rabobolo, Galana, Barachu, Asaro, Bakstan Bala, Saruba, Frequent Belulu, Moshanabo, Paduna, Yugina, Campen Belulu, Golo, Kala, Hegor, Bedishugila, Gobolo, Gilma, Mosha, Goris, Luma, Bobo, Moruka, Ragas, Gig, Moncampra, number of Bakalamus, Ukini, Gibilan, Shashumashanana. Sarolim Parmaratu Zizi Mashinana Aruna Aramangi Dumuduku Arata Gigi Lulu Krisikin Manikai Kolesi Korneni Korne Beru Derke Keri Namtela Kumarutu Kutuka Kumashkarsana Sagari Mashisharu Malaba Kakada Glugadar Marata Karbo Marutu Kora Kurius Sorulu Ban Maskin Tutu Teddy Gugim Lugaran Makia Banutu Nada Lugaran Makia Banrupishu Sarolimuna Banatu Zari Mashakaru Sulumana Darabo Gibir Palag Netarmadu Dagatuku Mashmashti Sore Mashno Sorokai Masharar Siserapadik Kubabar Sukanpa Lugalap Bor Agni Bor a Kingu Baradi Muaru Hakuramu Niluam Gashti We are also Nofras whom is found perfect before the Nethanum Depkami Shin. We have said these are the elements of our body perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will. And the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are Esau's triumphant, even all Soronopus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nethanum Depkami you. We are the Lord of life, we are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are as reconciler with the eternal Nethanum Depkami you. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hudi, making victorious Assad over his enemies on the night that of battle, and of making the fettering of the Sabol, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making the stand, the Jed and Jed to Salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as Tahuti. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Albarni tu, Empress of the skies, Heavenly Queen, beloved all said our heart is keen. From darkness to be released to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved Queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kermitonket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Also, Ronokus will confirm. Lady Allset and Nevi Salarapi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness to a divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikim Linus, Kili, Saxare, Patum, Articuli, Turkney, Lady, Alor, Mesh, Germesh, Arilos, Amila, Roto, Pul, Mugir, Isaya, Yaga, Biasha, Jerika, Jerika, Dubira, Isaya, or Yaga, and Tukurum, Kimakutri, like Shami, and Zumria, Isaya, and Zumria, Yaga, and Zumria, Biasha, and Zumria, Zerika, and Zumria, Dubira, in Zumria, Plaka, in Zumria, Tatara, in Zumria, Dixie, in Zumria, Karuba, in Zumria, Sarnica. Nish, Mashkaptulu, Tamatunu Nish, and Gibel Gimlu, Tamatunu Nish, Manduk Mashmash, Lani Lu, Tamatunu Nish, Gishbar Kamakunu, Tamatunu Inazumala, Utapasama, Yaya, Runani, Abadnani, Nini, Baperik, Perik, Bakabayiz, Akabayiz, Bakarbora, Karbor, Bakarbayiz, Arakarbaz. Karbora, Karbaiz, Perik, Benenim, Nini, Badunani, Yaya, Korboria, Din by Gore, Din by Gura. Keki Aksakaki Sagduti, Akika Soro, Akika Tunu, Om Shrim Hrim Vajra, Verukani, Hrim Pasvaha, Om Shri Yardam, Om Pamarunari, Yardam Haim said Baruna, Vardatu Sarmari, Matanim Senuhim said Seki, Sarunam says Root, Nampakmen Sapsanu, Nico Petera, Mautun Ratas of Sitting and Anakabazing Kabaz Beo by Omiam by your Velam, Mercy, Morkala, Morulu, Romatu sitting and Anakabazing about Torata. Kulutara Aksakuti Takalaya Nuya Nulian Visa Beo, Him Ramar, Nam Harbermu, Maharam Saratu, Sraya Merang Cabrano, Capru, Emum Cabrasha, Capram Premra, Molulu, Azakuti Takala, Nashratina Buma, Jojata, Usaramaswa, the Omaketa sectors to do never defense with third netter. Him from Surya Yartama, Him Stream Manchandra Yartama. Om Hrim Stream Mangali Yartamaha, Mim Stream Bamburi Yartamaha, Him Ram Raspata Yartamaha, Him Stream Shamchukurai Namaha, Om Hrim Ketuvert Namaha, Sanachara Yartamaha, Mim Hrim Rovert Namaha, Mim Hrim Ketuvert Namaha, Jabushum Samkar Shamkasha, Paya Mahadair, Kim Samarim Sarva Papak, Pratos, Indiva Karam Dadi, Shamkatu Jorbam, Keshur, Ranava, Sambhavam, Namami Shasherlam, Sumam Sambor, Mukur, Tabu Sharam, Darani Garbasum Putam, Vetu Karti, Somapravam, Kumaram Shakti, Astam Tamakalam, Pranamamiam Preambu Pai, Sharmam Ruperam, Pratimaburam, Samiam, Somiam, Puram Petam, Puram, Puranamamiam, Devanam, Tari Shernam, Shakurum Kuchanasani Pamburi, Buti, Kisham Samami, Preaspati, Kutomani, Labam de Yaram, Paramam Purum, Sarvasa, Zapravatam Barikavam, Pranamamiam, Janasamba, Sarmavi, Putomiam, Grajam, Toshayam Matarta, Samputam Mami, Sanaswara, Matakalia, Mahabariam, Sunradi, Kavimardaram, Semika Gorba, Saputam Tamrahum, Pranamamiam, Palasa, Pushpasam, Karsham, Taraka, Graha, Masakom, Romakom, Kuram Tam Ketum, Pranamamiam, Pramamoradi, Tripon, Karibanu, Shashi, Burmi, Sutabura, Guru Shak Shukra, Jani Reuketu, Sarvagraham, Mama, Super Baratam, Kurume, Shanti, Omba, Boro, Sport, on Plaza, Vitor, Variam, Gurubasi, Didi, Madi, Juro, Pratudayat, on Plaza Swaha, Hariam Plaza Swaha, Anasin, Anamra City, Asini, Anana Basamagana, Saya, Kampamagabati, Anana Kambashma, Rita, Nanazia, Kampa, Yamagia, Gamagia, Sagastena, Kiashtagoish, Naboguru, more curious, Yastro, to the Ankarku, Yarzina, Bots, Morsi, for Nescan Pass, the Shakas, and Talaskan Pam, Nabosa, Taratuskan Pa, Yagasia, Sasia, Kukolamari, Yasia, Makali, Story, Pari, Yagusheri, Yanana, Yar Karnani Yara Stababa Chachakarani Yara Milo Yaji Stari Kanpa Inana Zibarma Kampapi Zarma Kampaya Yabi Yara Zolurki Shmashudu 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 Yadu Yadu Katamari Yatari Yatari you Patala Katamari Yakanpa Sitting Yarudu Yakanpa Sitting Yarush to Yakampazi Shazira Rakuzi Barudukan Paya Shrakan Payana Gormas Baruna Gormas Baruna Gormas Baru Yana Gorian Mas Baru Yanagaria Yazian Gorkan Payan Garian Goria Yan Yari Yazidin Gernin Yakan Pai Kanta Kiatara Kampa Marukumu Paru Sigalia Dagia Garia Mava Borde Shomarutuku Sorim Suborim Sarim Sagarima Xankasana Beluku Nim Kamanu Yaradu Yandade as Batu Balguber de Cuba Gakampa Bessi exact but Pasak Baron noiseling and Ushubagi Amsuki Shigu Goddess Seramada Yedin Guru Klamasinku Dinganinam Guru Nexoninku Gariash Mur Kutu Ujovarjini precious last so Mamju Joshua Granata Magoni Parani de Viu Varti Parandi Ranu Pratam Chasivis Barar de Shur de Yarmatari Yavivarti Chandra Rata Har Sunratari Yaranti Har Baba Harntus Yamasu Ashva Heran Yar Varnar Portal Par de Jasio Shar Pratiri Shirbo Barani Bishwar Vatistas Yarmatar Siaketur Samar Namartar Charani Yarma Halnar Chakoram Mirvana Varias Yarta Varsia Avasur Mevichin Varti Maroni Ushari Arti Svasarasiar Platni Svar Jarnanti Surabarga Suramsa Randar Deva Bharata Partiyara Char Har Devi Moshar Samvivarti Himparaho Darvam Namar Sarsor Timor Vam Vortar Divir Bar Josh Resra Jaroshar Noroshe Ran Varsan Dorkatar Varti Divo Atea Droboragiar Ravarti Rorasi Chitra Masartar Ayarti Margna Ushar Samvivar Tim Vama Ship Davir Lamlik Sharmarnia Vertarsia Borana Ushar Savar Misharnian Vras Saramar Himitrasi Yarvarunas Yamaria Chandreva Barnum Virar de Poratra Om Devikati Yanyai Namakati Yari Mahamaya Mani Yogin and Deshwini Nam Gopsurtam Devipati Neme Kuruker Namaha Om Devendri Namastur Biam Devendra Priva Mimi Viva Hambaria Rorgiam Srikara Bamcharte me Ring String Kati Yari Swaha Ring String Kati Yanyai Swaha Om Shankar Sarmajit Pab Varvan Sane Purusha Chatuste Rabe Chaparti Me Derhi Kurkuru Swaha Om Kati Yanyai Mahabarye Mario Ginyani Arish Vardi Nango Parsu Devipati Me Kuru Ternama Hel Shankar Daringini Yarthat Vam Shankar Priyata Man Kuru Karyani Kanan Tasador Bamom Devendrani Namastur Yam Devendra Priba Mimi Vivarham Pariar Mor Kiam Srikaram Charderki Neum Ring Namahe Gorti Shankar Girni Yatat Vam Shankar Priyata Vamam Kuru Karyani Kar Tam Sudur Bam o sacramenton kesef prem hastro petition fator carta de stata diana demetically nanagichiman to one while from mother and to her we return as a drop of rain flowing into the ocean as a phoenix of rising from ashes upon the changing winds. We are the cosmic key, say it with me. I am the cosmic key. No tono tono torn, no tono tono torn, no tono tono torn. On board was Vaha Tasaviter Bani Ambata Godavasi Ade Mahin no Pratudaya Ipsosip Shosh Konashunta Torota Tororata Roa Torora Rototo Abrahata Gung Gang Geng Gong Kong Ring Gong Bang Shrinku Dong Gong Dang Bang Malabaka Kitaglu Armada Karbadu Kakudama Zarima Shikaranu Kingu Baradimo Zarima Shikaranu Aru Kakudamu Lugarar Barata Karbar Malabaka Kitag Aru Kakudama Zarima Shikaranu Kingu Baradimo Aru Kakudamu Zogarar Marata Karbar Malabaka Kitag Om Trambagam Javasum Dimpus Divar Haramorva Rova Megava Marat Yormo Sheria Ternamaha Rim Him Hum Chum Chum Krum Krumahu Jerike Shum Chum Krum Shrim 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 Hum Shrim 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 Shum Shum Krum Kujerika Krum Chum Mamarea Griforana no Kurazik and Leon Skrayat Namahum Shum Shrim Him on Basra Medehi Skrayas Kring 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 kali 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 swaha sarva bista medehi mem haliat yat navha sanking jo ju lantin jun sanjing jo ju lantin jun suhor hosh tue share shorto ko mornibo sorto ko mornibo suku ko mornibo Orbo Vasva Tatsa Vitar Vanyamruda Vasia de Mahindunu no Trachudayat Bavardeva Trivastita Supura Kalamba Parasa Rasavi Sarmamitra Kapila Surunarka Yashna Rakia Barwaja Jabardini Gortar Mamurkala Viarsalo Masari Yarsa Korserka Varsa Polastia Mandurka Durvasara Rataka Pagaya Troyosni Ganasto Barati Branti Troistrup Jagati Ate Jalati Vari Atis Vari Dorti Vir Prastara Pamri Kurti Prakurti Kurti Virti Ram Skirti Aksaran Kurti Borbur Voaswar Hajor Ters Marti Arni Prajapati Somai Sara Savita Bras Parti Amitra Varuna Bagaradmen Ganesha Prasta Posa and Drani Varu Vamardeva Mitra Varuni Visvareva Matraka Visnu Basu Rudra Guberas Finska Tribon Garni Vayu Surya Casa Rama Varuna Bras Bardi Brajanaria Indragan Harva Posa Mertra Vasta Vasu Maru Soma Geras Visvareva Svins Braja Barti Aksarta Rudra Brahma Vershno Arni Varius Surya Isarli Titi Alingiras Piotri Margar Ramen Kan Hardva Borsa Metra Varuna Vasta Vasu Vamardeva Metra Varuni Jera Visvareva Vishnu Praja Pati Sarvadeva Upera Svins Brahma Vamardevi Priya Sardia Viswambhadra Velasini Prabhavarti Jaya Santa Canta Turca Saraswati Vitrum Viswambhadra Velasini Prabhavari Jaya Santa Canta Turca Saraswati Vitrum Visalaya Sarvayarapini Vimalata Mobaharini Surukshma Vairovarni Jariya Vasa Parmalia Parasorumpa Padura Tribara Privir Vir Pasarini Vayura Casa Ganda Rasa Rupas Parsada Barsa Pariu Bara Parni Vargurana Jiva Coxus Var Srutra Prana Bardasa Parna Burdi Viara Sira Samana Kara Asharti Arde Malu Visharti Shartur Yutarni Yar Shaduria Yabara Bara Yarkan Pa Ishnigara Yarangi Yaya Sanking Joju Lag Tinjun Shanting Joju Wolan Tinjun Jir Wong Moju Jan Yaring Jorn Leishang Pu Watin Chunjo Yan Jing Garn Le Shung Pu Watin Jun Washing Jingru Bailen War Shin Jingru Bailen Dur Mojo Sheran Shul Tian Shun Chou Sheran Shorten Jun Yong Shi Wong Shi Joy Chan Shortiash Ho Ho Hush Hunch Hu Xia Kore Siertanteo Shu Fushi Chu He Tarvishu E Hush Chue Hosn Chu Ha Hush Chu She Ni Shu Ho Hush Hushi Re Shu Or Hush Chue She Hu Shu Shemeshe Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Ramerti Rame Rame Maru Rame Sasturnam Tatyo Ram Nam Varnat Neom Vinaya Karya Namo Makanandaya Vedamaya Varanudaya Diyamai Tanundandi Prajada Vakatuna Makarya Suyakari Sama Prabhanor Karam Guru Mendevar Sara Karver Shira Sarvara Shri Goros Roj Raj Rajnesh Mam Kore Surhar Varnora Gubar Vimacha Sojo Raku Parchar Burhi Hintanu Janiku Sumero Pavan Kumar Bar Burhi Vidyato Humo He Haraku Kalesa Vikarje Herman Sugarje Karpisti Loku Jagaram Dutali Badamanjani Pupavan Surt Namaha Mahavere Kambajarangi Kumarini Vars America Saringi Kachan Varavare Subesikanan Kundoku Jeep Kesa or Pojro Du Varje Baraje Karne Moshare who Sarje Sankasu Vaneshin and Dantesh Patama Jagvardan Vidyar Vangunia Ticha Taram Kashkrepe Kuat or Parusari the Survey Karasha Ramla Kansitaman Vasya Kurus Raj Rajnish Manem Kuresura Parora Guvarvi Moja Surjo Ragu Parcharbor Hi Tanu Jani Kusumero Pavan Kumar Barbur Hi Vidyato Mohi Harahu Koleso Vigarji Harimian Gan Gunskarji Karkisti Undo Jagwaram Dutali Badaman Jani Kutubavan Sertamaha Mahaveri Kajvarin Kumarini Vars America Sangi Kachan Verad Veri Subesikaran Kudo Kechi Keso Hot Washroad of Vajvaraji Kanhi Borshare Kusarje Sukorkuvan Kisrin and Dantishpenta Mahajagvardan Vidyavarni Kuni Articha Toron Koshkari Bigoa Torpanutorita Serbi Korastalam Lakan Siraman Basya Surchmarub Dari Siarhi Dikarva Vikarum Dari Lankar Jarava Bimarub Dari Aswar Sankare Ramachanda Kikasan Varli Vaya Sarji Valakan Siari Shri Raguvia Harishi Olari Ragu Parikir Hibaur Baratum Prayer Pratisam Sahasvaran Tumharo Yashkar Guskar Hishri Pari Kantlagarve Sankari Pramari Munin Sinarat Sarat Saride Se Yam Kubardi Parjan Teka Vikabud Korki Sake Kahe Tim Tirme Korser Ravi and Kenar Ramira Yeraj Padena Tumhara Mantrave Varshin Manala Kaswar Pariesu Charjana York Sahasra Jojan Bar Barzule Yortar Himar for Parchan Uprabumu Trikembeli Morkabahi Javan Dilongi Garpash Reshlahi Torgan Keshate Kerjete Suka Manu Korehe Tumreti Teram Dware Tumrakvar de Horngiar Dinu Pasarte Sukrakahe Home Tum Hari Saran Tumrak Sharka Hukodarna Apante Samharo Peten Hunlok Harter kan Pevor Pasarche Kartarhina Verma Verja Narm Survena Sarog Harri Saper Japarnan Ter Hanuma Baber Sang Katze Hardumon Surve Harn Karam Vachanjo Leve so Param Tapis Veraja Kinke Sarch Kankal Tum Sarja or Manurachu Huel Vesurhita Mijavan for Parveja and Yul Partap Tomorrow har parselekja garoji oriasar hursan te tum ragvar ea sorrekar han rum dar hade a stasir hi navni hi kerra tarusvar denjaran ki mam martar ramrasi an tumhara pasar sara rahora gupari ke adasa tumhara barjan ram ko paver janam ker durg pasara ver ant karagu ver porjar ye jalanjaram hari bar har ye orde tachi na der Hanuman ser hi sarvisu kari hi samkat karte mirte saptera josubera Hanuman babera jj Hanuman gozin kripakar hu kurdev tiarnahin jo sarbar patkar kor ki jurter hi parti mahat sorkor ki jor har hi par he Hanuman sharisa hor ye siri sakti kores tusira sara hari chera karche das horar ye min dera pavorne sankar Hanuman gor bor rup ram lakan sita sarhi Hadaya Basa Husu or Blue O Maharaga Vajosi Savarasha Vajahum Pampo Kenashranam Sharandi Variam Rukinam Hapo O Mim Prim Shrimim Glumim Namuk Bhagavati Vatali Vari Varumuki Adarteni Namarun Runteni Namar Jambechabini Namar Mohe Mohini Same Sambini Nama Sarvajusha Perusanam Sarva Savak Sector Mugati Jawasan Baram Kurukuras Gram Vasyamim Glum Tai Tata Umasraya Pahatswa Animani mane mamane shira shirite shami shabi tasano mukuda shabi shabi sobi shabi shai gini sinti shabi ranigo nebi bishara nabe tipe jana rekirke mukore markere ara de shiragi ashish masame bari kariji treta roma rishiete so yene kushara bashbash yurai mata shana roto shara shatai arbono mane antai sarama korgo ki muki are de dadi chiane di chiari nada tonali ana nabe kunekia karikadadi sadadi Batugi Chukuri Borushani Haji Devi Ni Devi Ro Kuru 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 Kara 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 Kutu Kutu Kata Tana Kujare Tani Shurade 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 Hachi, Borasani Surubatani Batani Suruba Batani Sugi Habi Shani Sogi Korani Sugi Sugi Hagara, the last Garatet, Rubasu Niskara, Nice Rubasaru Mansharte, Sarubasaru, the Q, Sharai, Tuya, I should be here, say, Anya Manya Manan and Mamane Srikarita, Samasamita, Santa Mukta Tamasama, Sama Jack, sent a summit at the running of the episode of Pilanis, divided in Panaviste. Abbiamo tante parisuri kulim kurera de parade su kansi sama sama polo kiti dam parisita sama kosan ne kori pai bai besundani matro matro sata roto roki slaya xaya varta vakula baluroi manen keis ma haj vala kidu kumu kudi arabata nada bati vitini sitini natwari natwati swaha harte barata de rade nari kunani swaha gari kadali matri bukasi sakule brusili sisi swaha mini swaha ran padi dan batani dan kisah dan serai sadar padi bari sadani sabatani sambatani sampari sit samgen yakatan jam batik sit sabda kusuai kate sampai di dah bati batani swaha honor manor more me share Measure lower shan di morti modulo sholo Uesulu shanlu shulu chargi archini archar di sharlu pulu ni lukiar polso bo jar ti charni armer ti arbiandolo mi loti arando boli shudi okul shuli borjoli eloli bololi shul jarsi Esan mosan lupo turpi gili giardar derda mobojli sirli serin kerni skur sharmi polshe shordi mandolol charia dolo yo shirlo charik lord echayer dol ye polu emorna Doriar Holimo, Hecoli Ugimo, Helielo, Porrini, Lerdi, Nelly Dorbori, Girino, Girni, Gini, Rigi, Nini, Gir por Dielina Lino. Nalia nalu julu nalu kermi kulikan tulijan Toli Mordenki, John Kuliu, Furlo, Shanani, Yari, Tilu, Yimi, Itilu, Ertilu, Luni, Loji, Doji, Noji, Atandi Tantopo, Itanpoto Tiertan. Torjo Sherli, Tantorjo Torlijo, Pori Poto Borsan, Miss Potolor, near Podol, Sapo Porsha, Podo, Nijo Epodo, Nisinkier Jania, Sen Chiarnier, Tornia, Senki, Senkier, Poker Didi, Etul, Senkier, Doloerlo. Bordi bollo sar porsing di san mordi kierlan di sapoda morjo boli char di saposa dolor orge lo enur kierdi janet pergeleri Sasakum Sahu, Wong Hong Chong, Hong Tong, Shaw, Hong Ning So, Hong Gong, Sor Hong Ching, Haring Ara, Ring Gong, Hero Sor Hara, Hong Bam Dum Mong Grung, Ning Grung, on Plum, Ning Bong, on Grung, Ning Grung, on Plum, Ning Grung, on Grung, Ning Grung, on Hung, Ning Grung, on Don, Ning Grung, on Plum, Ning Grung, on Chong, Ning Chong, Hong, Ning Grung. Chong Hing Strong, Hong Hing Wong, Chong String, Hing Hing, Wandum, Chong Hing Strong, Gong, Gong, Hung String, Gong, String, Haring Arara, Hong Hero, sort of Waki, so on, Wang the Boom, and each and every Pajadati woman Shuku Nairo, Maxabi Humo, Nora, Mamnas, Bavatra, made an order, Tetesharo, Vokuju, Nora, Mamo, Serayu, Kushinore, Huru kendali madagi swaha boshra boshra mago bar bartnes ni say umbrus kurus volatis suru karas varsarani swaha short kanshi boso blolik swaha daisy boso samcham swaha tarabos nama samata borharam koruna bavetarani kanini swaha senjusen kanshi boso pasho darmat hi bato kanshi boso matur baba humpa swaha george kanshi boso Mahakuruna Kali Swaha, Jodai Kanji Boso, Kale Korikundi Swaha, Noidin Kanji Boso, Kale Parama Pansan Mali, Swallow Hum Kungor Sato, Umbrashara Asat Waha, Hanya Bosom, Dishi Shuta Vijay Swaha, Bojum Bosom, Samin Monjo Boso, Marama Kenya Maroko Boso, Omatre Swaha, Chizo Bosom, Haha, Vismai Swaha, Kokor Boso, Namo Kasakabari, Omalek Bale Boli Swaha, Nikor Boso, Omni Swaha, Kokor Boso, Kangrubari Swaha for the woman Omonamas Matavasanam Kanamurasana Sota Yahum Tratham goes under my home soon, but Nason Bahum Charge or whom Parikundari my home after whom Patai Toku my home Strikal Rupa whom comes Vaha Kungo Yashu my home Mava Raja Sapu Mice and my home Maraga Pashrosnis Vashasat Vashom Pakujaku my home and Urukan Svaha Subokojin Kompai Kabai Svaha Kongorsam Komporasha on whom Svahas and Dojium Genesis Vaha Kokutun Antarasara Pramatan Swaha, or Chotram Zagi Patai Swaha, Komokutram Virupaxani Patai Swaha, Tomotunum Visrubani Swaha, and Titanum Sarasvati Swaha, Tegokutram Kalari Swaha, Kichijo Tomala Sri Swaha, Kari Tamom Dulwani Arit Swaha, Daikinin, Omria Swaha, Marishitan Omrisi Swaha, Dejon Vitanomicum Swaha. O mein Bramber hart nem serhaye Bramim patrum vermaria vermahe haranya garbaria dermahitano Brahma prajurerum tadromukaria vermahe mesruzaria dermahitano Brahma prajurerum him shrim krim soche rekam Brahma Brahma prajanam pratrum parusra devi arapusho benavaham kuru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Maswara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Rashmeshri Kurve Namaha Ushakna Kerfeti Ampepe Nohora Ria Viment Nebose Kesu Sidu Nezur Kurria Papa State Haratuyaran Snapper and Bestagna Martanemu Suturu Turu Aramenti Martu Haradu Karabu Shekaru Nekaru Karamenti on Tepsara Karu Neberu Sikriu Nebu Nebetim Sepu Harima Bafahu Shukarhi Nehe Cold Nehem Neferchas or Tepale Pitcharabu Trumprem Trossi Vosifulni and really wing it dropping in Normbora Margis Sheffer Vegator Nori Termania the most skills score Beat Beat Garuf Fin for the life or Dean or Dean Frigida Free Verteg Betrogus within in Ges Circus Verteg the Derek Boulder Brand Vertigo through the Provin we got Whisker we are Sergei Revo songs scored fair life scored and Scarfi Sermin Shenwing Jenwin Sheffield of Father here and Huron Garden, Parning, Posning, Corvo Scales, may be freely be friendly sweet orchid, there be dreary or near have Kelmiers who wound for few film fiercely, dear sheet, shriekly, weirdly up the most feel me for high melting corking, get primero, Kelmier, or duel me board, best lord, the Billy Vest, sur Mongham Belgemir, who street vesti, nutri meat, god. As a tour north in night nagbroi ordinary uterling och ser dayskin flexer in faxi mundi feli lunesuro vocos fins pur hurti per gersjermi sirmung vir frins kur hatti hromi sorn horn vidruit va grenchen vinkov vos hornetor in nine near the nudri sudri as the vesti at the voli nine nerting day before Bafo Bombo Nori Ori Unur Oin Morvin near Vigar no Finder Torvin Fili for the Valley Torin Lake Vir near Razvin Drop near Dogs Valley Warhogs Valley Hatlof Groin Tori Ori Tu von Vari Heti Fili Horsi Ori Ovel Lier Blue for Skier Vir Pisker Tina or Fingi Darkinskarti Frosti Fingi Norjak daar is hier weer vertend die skoort die ter blikker neer him behoort waar het skip herskip geheimde arkim engeling wendelen huis ving pendel nee wens wel was aras ne hour die vliegen ki Avinaya Panaya Visnota Maria Mana Samaria Visayama Garsha Nambo Radariam Visataraya Taraya Samsara Katara Diyar Virunima Karande Parimala Pari Bikos Karande Sri Pari Para Verde Babar Baria Cherde Varde Saryapi Perega Mamna Farhava Nana Mama Kinarvam Samudro Hitarengag Vara Karana Samudro
Nataranga Udara Narika Narika Vira Nudajira Danu Jarkula Mialtra Mitra Toreste Bavarti Nabavarti Kim Bavatar Merchatapia Vera Trai Ravatara Varta Sarda Vasurdam Parmesvara Palepalio Bavarda Pava Babito Hamda Mudara Guramandera Sundara Varda Revinda Govinda 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 Baba Jala Bara Taran Marandara Paramam Dara Mara Panayatvam Menara Nayar Yar Karuna Maria Saran Naran Karavarni the Vorgo Corono iti Sarpari Marie Varasa Roje Saravasatu iti Sri Matara Mahasa Pari Vrajakarasya Sri Govinda Bhagavar Pojar Parasisyasya Sri Machakaraga Bhagavarta Kortosat Paristutram Sampurnam Kubarudananda Sri Davrajararo Dana Svara Dana Lakshmi Priya Tarmo Dana Dario Danika Priya Daxinio Damirata Daya Varto Dana Vrata Divya Laksana Sampanuntina Rati Janara Sakadanya Lakshmi Samaraju Daya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupo Dharmapuri Dharma Samna Surna Sarika Nisvaru Nira Lambu Niri Nambari Badlakani Yantani Kunikara Niskamoni Ruparavalva Navaradaga Samaraju Navasanka Pravartaka Manchikurati Samaha Gwana Kanan Virta Yarshnigo Yajra Sarta Yashana Gujari Arar Saka Raja Kandro Ramar Diso Ranjago Rajo Purji Tarvisi Rava Saberdia Vishar Gamarla Marnasa Vijayo Vimalo Vandu Vandulu Jana Vasala Veru Paksa Priya Tarvo Veragi Piswotor Muka Sabhyata Sarananda Sarazaki Samanrita Paranatara Sanya Sarvabarnya Prakasu Pritus Lava Sormo Sarvaka Radura Rara Samagana Priya Saksara Vega Varva Sri Verajitas Vahana Samprito Akilana Pravartaka Vio Yorkana Sampritam Tosvardarna Priya Lankamparama Varsi Akan Karavi Varjitu Dorbir Dir Dhamma Verbavo Navarahana Kinoreso Visravana Pravartaka Asalashme Samarayuta Aviyato Mala Vigraha Loka Raju Loka Palu Loka Vardu Sulasara Sulaba Surbarika Surto Sankarandar Priya Santa Sutana Kono Petas Svata Sunana Vega Hasalva Kamarshno Sumati Salva Devana Karaka Sankara Sara Dara Sriman Paramjurti Parapara Samatika Nasampana Suranya Dina Vasala Parapakari Papagna Tonudia Sana Nibha Tata Sarva Kuno Petas Friend Asal Vevar Papisiakto Vita Pariana Tatasha Pratakala Prates Drums Serpul Vetin Intentina Noti Prusa Srinam Devendrans Nimni Ham Itisri Kubersto Tram Om Yashaya Kubaria Vishravani Yadana Danya Dipatari Yadana Danya Sapri Der Mer Dei Tapalya Swaha Om Shrim Hrim Klim Shrim Klim Varishvaraya Naha Om Hrim Shrim Klim Shrim Kubaraya Shalashmi Mama Kriyadanam Parayat Parayat Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Sabha Swaha Om Hrim Acharya Kubaraya Vishravana Yadana Kakasha Aya Sarva Loka Vasikora Haryatara Danya Haripataya Dhanatanya Samruder Mede Hit Pariswaha Om Hrim Shrim Kumbaraya Namaha Om Chaya Rajaya Maria Girsarya Der Mahitana Kubaraya Prachodayat Sikir Kapasiana Kapasiting Kirkia Kapasiting Yaranak Mazi Makampra Sikir Kapasiana Kapasiting Kapasiting Yaranak Maka Kumashkarsana Zikir Kapasiana Kapa Sikir Kapasiana Kapasiting Kapasiting Yaranak Malukala Bora Nimbo Sikir Kapasiana Kapa Om Nama Hum Traparada Nusum Pamaga Gatamitraya Sumanergo Sami Samantapara Saraswati Sharaf Shiva Vishnu Bharavi Tukadabi Simani Sumba Vajra Para Shri Ning Klim Gum Ganapataya Parabaraja Vaja Janme Vashamana Ye Swaha Tat Poshari Virmahe Pakundari Adin Maitano Dandi Prajured Shati Shati Shanti Ganhaya Sayat Namaham Ganakarapaya Namaham Broda Raya Namaham Ring Ganadaya Vedamahe Pakundaya Di Mahitano Dandi Prajured Om Shrim Hrim Krim Dum Jwala Jwala Shulia Chama Sarvasa Jumsum Harasamere Shema Labam Kuru Kuru Dushukra Hum Fatsvaha Arunam Kurunan Terangita Shimjuta Pushan Kusha Pushpa Paracha Pamedi Birabruta Makara Hamed Eva Vibabar Nim Sri Maharagni Sri Marsineshanesh Agni Kundasambuti de Bukori Sumuria to Barusa Srabacha Barusam Vita Ragish Varupa Pushaya Kurun Kushu Juvala Manurupeshu Kuranda Pachatan Madrak Sayaka Nijarana Prabhaporamaja Brahmanda Mandala Machampaka Pushoka Parnaga Sorakandikala Sakaruvinda Manashninkana Kutira Mandita Shtani Chandra Vibaraja Dalikas Dala Shara People Muka Trundakalan Kamaruka Manabi Vishishaka Varanas Maraka Makalia Kuratora Shalika Lakshmi Parivaha Shalaminaba Lochana Nava Champaka Pushpanana Sadana Virajita to the country to the Skadiness of Barana Basura Penama Manjali Kuta Kana Pora Mano Hara to the Hanga Ugali Buta Taban and Dupa Mandalam Barma Raga Shila Dasha Pari Babi Gobala Boona Bavitruma Bamashina Kari Panacha Vinio Gomas Sindi Patramacha Kisapa Paramara Si Pradisha Sri Dipatraga Vata Bijam Svahasaki Partilakam Sri Dipatraga Prijatam Chapa Benio Gara Sarina Sam Kasyapa Paramara Saranamar Sibrati Chanda Sanama Mokisli Vidragavata Yanamar Erion Bija Yaramagui Swaka Saka Yarama Pario Fakalakari Adnaba Nabayo Yogi Yarlaba Sama Yedi Sarina Asonko from Gusti Biam Namarim, Flajani Biam Namahar, Manabiam Namahar, Manamik Biam Namahar, Himkanesikia Biam Namah, Krom Karaksa, Prasa Biam Nama, Idikarenia Sakroma, Yayar Namaharim, Subasras, Vamsikai, Vaslama, whom him Troya Vasar, Chromosoya Patitis, and again as both Sumerti, Devimo, and Dipitrima, every Scottish for the pinning divided, but I had the haze of Jeremy Montpellier, making Ganam Summer coming on with Sumi, a big pajama for Farmika. Edipamokrapi Pramyama Migia Dabra Swami Amtramaika Tramane Berium, Nevriam Sandami Samiki Subukara Pusamba Samari Saman Chapamalas Mantrom, Mamale Mahamari of Savarmantas for the Pinica of Baristani as Sasmani Sidida Pavoguru Mantremo, Sida Koro Presida, Maso Tridi Mantrom Crom, Priman Durge, Rime, he, Vesaya, him, Lumbergrea, Herim. Krom hum patva hasenang and as kroma de he had no heaps of buses less of hamsekai pasaram kai whom him three of the sort krom saya fatty decent and as folks from here the Divimokadea and Dipitrima Devia Scripts for the Pinny Divati Divide Parasum Jamin Pakapusham Miki Garam Smart Paman Gasamiki Epic by Jamin from Baramiki Edipamakrape Rami Ramana Miki Ederam Sami Pamanta Miki Yam Tarmanavir Yam Never Yamisum Miki Sobakara Jam Smart Pami Smart Pam Giat Yop 3 Ram Gramasma Krapam City of Pavatum and Devi Prasadami Sir Japan and Talamat from Pamale Sabata Pama Pritida Subapa Pavam Subum Kurusi Babraya Soveram Patehi Prim Sintia Namaha Ingenes Grand Honor Nasser Boros Dio Promo Sort of Trio Monthly Tax and Nutameo after Skip a Binning Pinky Jippy Picala Hekar Kendian McNigo McNemo Koham Dale very before Beltel Burns Yourselfers was force of Mocker Monjourno Force Mech Vera the Neo Markaima Neori Bibi Macrame ran Fear Moon Batten or Boss or the Borsio Mer Big B was a Sandian Sitter Nesvodo near Joke Fancineva or Open Minga was Kanunga in Gresforgi but Boss is near Boss Bomi a few years have named God make rats go Pusos game. Sudan Asalorsteina, Bospos growing Gulungu, he sort of up Sudan Sini Mana, Hendi Orgum Home and Mem Jumbo, so near VC, about Sali Arti, Martine VC, about Minkins Arti, Toshon Navy, Sua Borsla, Bigger, Control, Stolik in Copper, Turks, no Comnichon, no Conum Gonfu, Morkin. Two of Nichan Dankardona, Captain Chromatilja, Totsala, Bell, V. Versborsko from Bobo, Aflolo, Blue, Homes, Mi Bobo, Attack, Dalvo, Moton, Gescorpo, Torgo, Brute, Fluid, Tornate, Tierbor, Group, or Brains, Vetergis, Fontonguli, Onspervo, Borsum, Major, Morse or certain timing in enriching Quiller, Sword getting Copo Park, the Turks are very scarcely for crowd, short or skitcher, or blames and blow, or whose brains lead shown. Most sure master of praying for grow and Dorina Nord Bindman Licken more home or blue for John Blue Seb Dorin Happy Hong Bo Velgor and Poverty and the old bass Boser near Mouse where Orgi Batcher Bushmuck no Bolongo Apple in Ricollo Bloom. Per am aprenium res friend luargo lumblum res pref der winmor linem price and mera orca terabata turk moga chilla pela bixognista teturin teneter torn brigater ronugol den dormafen twin dressing in dorsering warford war sorcerer as severe to flare eslin monocrum loon come forth When 12 verse and when towards the ruin, what for breaking towards the earth, as a fair to actually. Morning blown a rose white warrior rose where a reese or wiggle wad where prayed out weird rosy a rose comes into facility stock or umpanias and sit penetros code es verdi via in desolate toles ipse code in dominus defense and vices ratna vis coris and the facility said impossible past the vistigare dominate those omnipotence like surgeon had diagnosed dominatium in Coris manu omnis victoria constit et domne ballon convitor pro corporis me visio verum femins talme gopos et delo tentus magnificentis draco froc trax advering cum hel arvarin ma cum saxorum in versum mortum oparum dianet volum quertum draconis in intrum dormi dingorlam derum manga sherdena shelter boko shamok samar shamozel noro trocot vos virtud deus verden ve osi kunoshi lanimo shititi kutlu osi moshirtum halotum kutum osi paraditum cabritum nabritum ashashu kashapu kashapani alini tum ibrani li ya uhishtari ya usisu li ya li meri ya blu sanaku indikula salalu mushau haraku imtara lu pio pur dibi ya purusu memashtiti amu martu elite nubu siruti sigarimti isi zamani alani rabuti shimaya rabardi dini dina lati limda upu salam kashati yau kashati ya shari pushi yu mushtep shishia isma sarati shanushi lip shuru rikshi shalim nuti pishal lul saluli shanushi lu dar tu shari pu martali murti mai kima saluli martruk shari pu shurti shpiki magtabdili shanmiki shusha burturu epetushu zuluku kalmatusha malasari nagi bini gu yalani mushitum Salmani ya na pagri tap kira tu pira salmani ya na pagri tap sira tu pira salmani ya iti pagri tu shni la tu pira salmani ni ishti pagri tu shni la tu pira salmani ya kimex pagri tap kira tu pira salmani ya na ka kolari tap kira tu pira salmani ya na gari tap sa tu pira salmani na Asu pari tu shni la tu pira salmani ya na bi shadori tap sa tu pira salmani ya na gishpa tap kira tu pira sitting getting in and compositing getting lula compositing getting lula compositing getting kukoden and compositing getting kurkoden and compositing getting dasharim composite Tingernin dasharim compositing getting dula zaka compositing getting dula zaka compositing getting udil la compositing getting udil la compositing getting measure compositing getting measure compositing getting modding getting polygon compositing in Marding in Lulager compositing in Sigi Gish Masak Bata Nilda and Boller compositing on board got a kunding here and egg compositing here nin Durkani Dinger Nuna Ya Hansakuna Gata Ganina Kanpa sitting here on a compositing here compositing a ruti compositing and a bow compositing a restore compositing and a shamash uru compositing and core compositing and madu compositing and ibador compositing and a compositing and a here compositing and learning corporate compositing and in corporate compositing and in ibila shari compositing and in corporate she and barbara compositing and anuna in kerkala and composite move Tug sul ala zul kim zul mula zul dinger zul maskim zul siana composite here compositing in the corcoraga compositing here in little line corcoraga compositing in nibi pila sharaga compositing in corcoraga compositing in anuna dinger calering compa Zingarana compositing here compa papa da tema da papa da ne Zakarazak bimona tenam targarazi bimona tendu dugzul bimona teralazukur bi mona terigdim zulu bimona tergarazu karbi mona terin gerzur gerbi mona terin martin vierne tashbi arabash par de biesh kashati arti manu kashatu shatuyu tarni Umay Griva Yarnam Mahavisnat Venamum Kisambarianamum Busani Yanamum Govindarianamum Parakaksari Yanamum Visnat Venamum Bisambarianam Om Maria Namum Savangisari Namum Saravatari Namum Sanatari Namum Neradari Namum Nerakari Namum Nerasari Nama Uner Paravari Namum Neranjanari Namum Niskanakari Nama Yom Itrapatari Namaha Neramahari Namum Sirana Maria Namum Saxina Namum Sarania Namum Sarvadakari Nama Sri Mata Namum Kotri Sari Namum Sivari Namum Sarvasura Paratari Namaha Paradarte Namo Paradari Namo Parapaya Namo Paratanaria Nama Panaria Namo Pareatre Nama Punyaya Namo Punyakataria Namo Parapararia Namo Paramane Namo Parasmana Namo Parasaria Namo Paragaria Namo Pararia Namo Savade Campararia Namo Verusia Namo Veraverma Parargari Namo Sakalo Parisveria Namo Niscalaria Namo Savascarte Namo Niscalamantra Mutrastra Aria Namo para Pararian, Pompanana, Parusarian, Musrasalian, Musanaya, Pansvararian, Musantarian, Cantarian, Unjutu Kurharian, Mojita Matraya, Hojagamaya, Home Jamamatra Harian, Jivarian, Mojadaya, Mojariana, Sarian, Moja, Paprihayan, Home Java Prista, Yayan, Java Curtain, Home Precurtain, Home Vipavan, Home Vimaharian, Home Visorubarian, Home Virsur Home Virustarian, Home Virus Studia, Home Sanitandari, Home Santi Karari, Home Sraya Pradari, Home Sruti Mahia, Home Sraya Sampatari, Home Isparhari, Home Santutari, Home Manataru Pari, Home Planetari, Home Parati Patari, Home Vital Patari, Home Partu Pariari, Home Savak Sassin, and Home Harari, Home Janek Sari, Home Janine, and Home Pranada Kandra Trabari, Savak Sassin, and Home Tamaharaya, and Home Janek Sari, and Home Janine, and Home Pranakan Rabba Samprapari, and Home Janari, and Home Vartaparai, and Home Yogin, and Om Yogi Saya, Namahom Sarvakamadaya, Namaha Yogi, and Namaha Mahamanine, and Namo Manasaya, Namahom Sa, Namahom Hapsai, and Namahom Parmasadi, and Namah Viso Gobutra, Namahom Veraja, Namahom Suras Parikanaskari, and Namahom Janamas Mrutari, and Namore Manatari, and Namahom Sarviskis Parari, and Namahom Paramaravis Karapari, and Namahom Paravara Karmat, and Namah Iti Sri Haybriva Surtrara Santa Namavali. Manataya, Namahom Mersaya, Namo Garari, Namo Glugari, Namo Mini Karamari, Namo Misitaria, Namo Mapantaria, Namo Perampura Paria, Namaho Praya, Darabaho Versudia, Navaho Baya, Navaho Visaraya, Namo Sasaya, Namo Sarusadani, Namo Saparamanditaya, Namo Markatandi, Namaho Manikarari, Namo Krasa Manaya, Namo Marka Suria, Namo Margo Romparia, Namo Valaria, Namo Vascaria, Namo para Karia, Namo Karari, Namo Hompa Savatani, Namo Suda Versani, Namo Revisatari, Namo Padapasimatari, Namo Davaticoman, Namo Harari, Namo Davikara, Namo Danandari, Namo Casabanamajaya, Namha, Kalaruparia, Yugarapari, Namo Kanari, Namo Ispatari, Namo Nikatari, Namo Riprai, Namo Sumbarari, Namo Sakabarari, Namo Sakabalari, Namo Sabupria, Namo Sarada, Namo Prekasara, Nama, Pranasari, Namo Pramadari, Namo Prekandari, Namo Prekandari, Namo Pravisaya, Namo Bravaskari, Namo Saras, Namo Rotari, Namo Pravatari, Namo Braxkari, Namo Kavalisari, Namo Sivari, Namo Bravakaya, Nama Umpraya, Namo Punya, Namo Home, Katari, Namo Barsari, Namo Parkari, Namo Niskari, Namo Raparaya, Namo Pekaya, Namo Srasari, Namo Tantari, Namo Datari, Namo Umaratania, Namo Pasava Pujaya, Namo Sabrakaraya, Namo Nesaraya, Namo Neranjalaya, Namo Vatari, Namo Saraya, Namo Sabadaya, Namo Janijaya, and Namo Umavataya, Namo Bakturupari, Namo Maharaya, Namo Visparaya, Namo Kavana, Namo Palaria, Namo Bakiri, Namo Sakara Kadari, Namo Chitokaraya, Namo Chivari, Namo Jadaya, Namo Japapia, Namo Visurpari, Namo Virusari, Namo Ubirazar Sutaya, Namo Pradari, Namo Prandari, Namo Visunparari, Namo Butari, Namo Butarari, Namo Lavastrai, Namo Larupsari, Namo Vishingari, Namo Bari Upari, Namo Sarisumari, Namo Sagalupari, Kadus Butari, Namo Vari Betakari, Namo Sasumbalamni Kari, Namo Bari Ravi Busari, Namo Kandraya, Namaha, it is straight Naga, the Vatas to Tara Santana Mavali. Nasiokos teros kulis mihir fashin teknos kurum dernar shan sher tu chargar moshul lord sin shu. Ja, she said, crede asmil sheres. Sien tenga la brasar messe en truor gurtier de sur star name nat der machas biorte de ormen tioterne formentierte terne formeci sul tu la bred beer tursmor crete tu antrior gata dur nantatira marksans biorta naro Patrusan guru diardam running young gumbena certem diad mosul serpene certa mosul naci per cert meser no nabur ne se certen mo nabur mer den nerm saldur salur sersiu al chur glir per ru ner mi adam had chestadi bu her neuri Cornelius Ernuri Cornelius Ernuri Pensensiati Ersius Ernitilius Ersier Desern Mir la massa sur Fury Lassard Mer per massa sur Mer per Imperial Teres Bure Chers Falcardier Fury Course Fury Cher da Fury Ni Aser adiorne era crude sere crude kviene truren cruder mergos ner birli meren sur cruder kusen buren tur en sur der misse domor senten der den makka gosen spur ner mer barbienek noer da crude klasnars or mesere kusur kache derne bernis film Vienen gus morbi fjur ruder birti erge fjur neo kruder gus fjur narlis nerit Venus meser gusur kastjörni bernis lum fin. Karchikalindi tatar babina sangita karavo muda beri nari vardana kamala svardamaro parama sambu brahma raparti kana sarchita paro jagana swami nayana patikami bhavartu me boje savya verdum sarasi siki penshirtam karitate tukulam netranta sahachakara tarksarm Pirarate sarta sriman para varstatila parlichariyu Jagannath Swami Nayana Patikami Bhatu Me Mahabos Des Yarte Karakordi Chiri Nilasikar Devasan Prasadanta Saharaja Palabadurana Balina Subadra Marius Tarakala Sura Seva Vasarato Jagannath Swami Nayana Patikami Bhatu Me Karpa Prabhasa Sar Shala Shalada Sruno Rocheru Rama Vareo Ramas Rama Dalbala Pankoru Murka Surendra Nervar Yasruti Gana Serika Gerta Charito Jagannath Swami Nayana Patkami Bhavatu Merata Rumturga Chanpati Milta Borum Terma Partis Tuti Pradorbar Vam Prati Param Parkarnya Sararia Dasar Dorbar Surnakal Ya Jagarta Sindustar Ya Jagannath Swami Nayana Patkami Bhavatu Me para Brahma perda kuvalya dalu fulana universi niladro nicerta charano nanta sira sardorata sarasa vapor rincarna Sorko Jagannath Swami Naina Patikami Bhavatu Me Nalvari Hachera Jamna Char Karka Marika Viva Varna Yarche Ham Ram Yam Nikilanjana Kam Yam var drum sarakala kala pratar parti negati charito Jagannath Swami Nayana Patkami Bhavatu Meharat Vam Samsaram Tutaram Ramasaram Suraparte Harat Vam Paparanam Vitati Maparam Yaravaparte Ahudinat Natam Nihita Charano Nisichirti Mertam Jagannath Swami Nayana Patkami Bhavatu Me Jagannath Kumpunyam Yapate Traiartes Sir Sarva Papa Visurdatma Visnu Lurkam Sarkacharti Tisri Matsankara Chayar Virachitam Jaganastakam Sam Purnam Brahma Morari Sorachita Lingam Nirmala Basita Survipta Lingam Janmajar Luka Vena Sarka Vena Sana Lingam Tapamami Sarsiva Lingam Deva Muni Pravarchita Lingam Kamalara Karunakar Lingam Ravana Darpa Vena Sana Lingam Tapamami Sarsiva Lingam Sarva Surganda Sulapeta Lingam Borbibi Vardara Karana Lingum Surda Sura Sarra Varnita Lingum Tapramami Sarasi Varlingum Kaneka Mahamari Busira Lingum Pani Pari Vestita Sorbita Lingum Taxasa Surjara Venasala Lingum Tapramami Sarasi Varlingum Kunkumasana Pita Lingum Pankajahara Sorbita Lingum Sanchita Papavita Lingum Tapramami Sarasi Varlingum Devagara Chita Lingum Pavayara Pereva Charlingum Dinara Kara Kurti Prabhakara Lingum Tapramama Misara Severlingum Masada Lopari Sesidita Lingum Sambasambavara Vaskarana Lingum Astadara Venasana Lingum Tapramama Misara Siva Lingum Suragori Sarvara Barjuta Lingum Survavara Puspasara Jara Lingum Paramparamakaringum tapamami sarasiva lingum lingasaka merum punyam yapata svasari to sivalukum amnoti savina sahamurate nataraja tanasundara nataraja jai shiva shankara nataraja kandambakarna nampriyam sirabariya viharinum Marabakumbaram Fita Sparing Balalona Surakam Saram Barkam Markandaram Nam Saram Bavari Daram Aram Boja Jaga Gurum Siram Baram Vivavar Yes Amasabaka Bosana Svar Stabadakan Karnam Prasakar Divi Bavar Nera Sarjajara Partam Karstar Muti Saranam Surastar Kandromandarlam Aram Boja Jaga Gurum Siram Bara Vivavar Ye Jarakar Tabar Tirtam Nikila Karnam Virtam Patikras Tartikam Tartam Patira Pankal Parnam Nor Kaporva Bar Tirnam Kutara Pasadarinam Arambojar Jaga Gorum Jeram Baram Viva Varia Korengar Sabas Orbita Serum Garjna Narsitam Porangana Vikara Ramverangara Gara Chiram Horangara Tana Sarkam Torengam Gamam Harambuja Jaga Gorum Seram Baram Viva Varia Marna Barya Barja Manda Sasar Morekam Sumanda Marna Gamini Kitrarnya Kanikar Darvan Saramarum Darmam Daluta Mamarna Yanta Marmano Horambuja Jaga Gorum Seram Baram Viva Varia Karindra Kamarvasa Lasar Garinda Kapardiarnim Surendra Murkia Purchiatam Kakindra Vaharnam Prium Ahendra Busam Nojvalam Nagindra Svali Sernam Harambuja Jaga Gorum Seram Baram Vivari Mahala Fahar and Tarte Sara Vila Sera Sakarinum Balarisa Prabajaram Balala Moro Rupa La Karnam La Safenidra Harinam Javala Trisula Raninam Barambuja Jaga Gorum Seram Baram Vivaria Sasanka Barno Vihotra Rajita Trilokanam Visala Vraxasam Surdergarba Hordarna Vartitam Digambaro Lasarva Pora Daram Brara Parsar Viram Arambuja Jaga Garam Siram Banam Vivarie Sarana Taranga Sajono Gava Sarkara Sare Marada Yuta Dorjana Lisir Sare Vikar Sarna Siram Barakia Sar Guru Swaru Permeria Bortala Sarasio Berajarte Sarabora Vito Hora Serambarkia Sargoruja Ram Saravila Sera Nunudha Likarti Yase Kursado Pamamaskar Kom Sara Vasata Laya Hari Priya Taranane Vidi Priya Karni Skala Jagat Guru Ranu Jaradi Tishri Sirambara Pranka Kamara Stutram Om Shara Varna Bavar Yadna Maha Om Tat Pursha Yevin Mahe Maha Senari Yadir Mahitano Skanda Prajura Om Skanda Karki Yayar Pravarti Priyarna Danadya Chamahaldeva Kumara Yasubara Magiya Te Namaha Agasio Varsha Namostu Bandarak Bernandiyar Parda Ravian Darya Sudharkararia Saranana Yarmita Vikara Markia Gori or Darna Dasarmur Barvaria Namostu Turdiam Parantan Trion Tricortre Samastar Sianam Marnora Harnam Dr. Ratharnam Paraktasia Hantre Prakaranda Sorataria Karsia Amortaria Saha Saharsa Amortarie Gunaya Ganaya Pararia Pararia Namostur Turbiam Sepiki Vanaria Namostur Tembram Verdam Vararia Dekam Pararia Barasalam Stitaria Haranya Varanya Haranya Bavarve Namo Haranya Riyar Haranya Ratarse Tapas Varuparya Taputaraya Tarpa Palaram Prati Parakarya Sarakumaraya Himara Merne Trini Kartaris Vararya Veragirdenama Naromostu Turdiam Sarajar Marne Vibo Praparta Surya Runara Narparta Kartarki Valaria Kapala Para Krabaria San Matria Manaria Toraria Meru Sarmio Trameru Seramona Mogarana Maraya Garaya Namosu Terjarmar Jalaricaria Yanamo Visakaria Sorexati Panaya Sarvasia Nanasia Kumar Karaya Kurun Kararia Tarakamara Karia Sari Hingga karkarikeya serivya turbiam saratam namosuri tishri skandena mahaporarne karsikan de parankar visarbarti tabod de arya shri karikeya starkam skanu vacha yogisvaro mahasana karikeyu gerana darna skanda kumara seneria swarmi sankare sabalva karinge yastarmara kuraska brahmakari siriki darsha Tarakari Romaputra Kron Karisa Saranana Sabda Brahma Samudraska Sierta Sarasvatur Gurha Sana Kumorum Bargavan Burgamuk Safala Prada Sarajarma Karna Disa Porvarjur Murti Murga Korsarva Gama Praneja Nan Vanchir Tartar Pradar Sarna Sarvima Sante Marni Mariarni Ertipa Yapate Praturia Sesradaria Yurto Murgo Vagas Partir Baver Mahamantrom Harvari Harnir Tir Mama Namanu Kirtarar Maharajna Mavar Notnina Trab Horia Vikarana Itisri Rura Yamal Prajna Vivardar Narkar Yamsri Makarki Yastu Tram Naradu Vacha Pranayama Sarasa Devam Gari Putram Vene Yakam Bhakti Svarsyam Smarian Teriyamar Shuk Marsar Tariya Pratarmam Vakra Turdam Chare Gadanam Virti Akam Triti Yam Kursparangi Kaksam Gajarvara Tram Chaturtarkam Lambuddha Rampachar Mam Chasatam Vikara Tarnerva Shasaptar Mam Vega Trajar Nam Chadar Marvar Nam Talvasar Mam Nava Mambala Kartaram Sharra sarmam tu vinayar kamekara samkana partim dvarana samtuka jaranam dvara sartarni namame toisertiam yapatana rana vergna bliam tasya sarvadid kartam pamyi vergyarti labarte vidyam Tarnati late dardam porrati labate porran moksarti labate gartin joperkana paristotrom Tabira semai palabla bersambar sarne siertin chalabate natrayam sensayar asarbio bramasne ambias chalakirva yasamar parietas yavir yabar vesorva konasarsia prasaratari tishrina chara porne sanskara sarnam namagarne sestutram Advaita vastarma marte pranamarjarnam samparanarya Tertamat nama harma simarupam praladas posararakam prantanikara varsiam devam mudra kamarti narvami korpar samudram natajara varkartava prakar sakalasya dergarmea sersnu evera gruvotrasya yar stamba varmormi namaharn visnu Viaksor vidaranam yaskakre hardam tarmo hartum saturra bir karuna dir narahira vort saram narmami tamves num ripudrais titara jaras korname arvason miserna karaja gorai Ratea sampalde prala por varbari yanikya maham pralardam pranam marjana prakte Quanti divisado yarnier prala para poralam situan kurute namami yasta maham serandin kunala valam hokara jara divarti torsora disam karanar boljara dakvartiam toraksere ratam prakor vardar mer de mrutjeno rubrova busa karsomia sankan kanar taram prakar tikorushi breyasya korto Rar vermerger yor praser yor tar desarm yor itishring jagat guru Sri Charaktanda Samba Varnar Simhar Baratis Var Mirdi Virasi Tam Sri Nersima Satar Gam Jing Shin Jen Jo Tai Shin Tai Shin Yin Bang Wu Te Ku She Bo Ming Hu Xin Shi Hui Ming Jing Jen Shin Nan Ning San Hun Yong Ju Pu Wu Shan Ting Ju Ju Ru Ling Ling Jing Ko Shin Ju Tang Yu Shu Ku Shin Tu Hui Tu Fin Xia Shin Jing Hong Ming Yang Shin Lo Kin Chi Shin Ko Che Wei Shin Ho Shin Ho Ben Ke Shin 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 Nan Yon Ling Wo Dong Shin Xi Shin Yan Yar Ki Chang Kun Ji Jiru Li Ling Jin Shen Shen Zhu Ling Bo Tin Zhu Nan Wei Shen Jing Di Xi Hun Po Wu Zhang Shun Ming King Long Bai Wu Zhou Xing Fin Yun Zhe Gol Ho Chuan Wu Xie Wei Wo Wu Zhen Ji Jiru Ling An Tu Di Shen Zhu Yuan Xi An Shen Wol Wan Ling Yor Dur Zhen Guan Tur Di Ji Ling Zhu Xiao Lord Xiao Bore Wan Jing Huari Xiang Cheng Du Nei Wei Xing Hong Gar Huang Wei Bei Shor Tan Ting Dei Xiang Yor Ming Shob Xie Xing Chuar Yira Dor Yor Neng Rui Xian Jing Tian Di Xian Zhu Tian Di Ren Heng Fi Fen Xian Dong Xiong Xiong Zhu Hong Ling Tei Yor Và Feng Wei Xian Xi Wo Ji Ren Ling Bo Fu Ming Fu Gor Xiar Ten Gar Lord Dar Na Dorn Gong Tai Zhor Jean Yor For Xiao Dol Ren Xiar Gor Warren Kern Xing Xian Xian Zhor Yon Xi Yor Wen Qi Zhuang Yi Baran Kir Ben Yar Nian An Jing Guo Yor Bar Hei Xie Wen Mo Wang Xiu Xiu Xie Wei Wo Xun Xiong Huari Xiu Shan Del Ki Chan Kun Ji Ji Ru Ling Xing Xing Guang Xian Zhor Tian Di Zhon Zhon Wan Ge Ben Gan Guang Zhor Huan Jie Xing Wu Shen Tong Shan Shen A Wei War Dol Dur Shun Fu Yor Zheng Wei Zhou Hu Wu Shen Shi Bo Xian Ting Ji Wu Wan Bo Lu Tian Di Ying Yor Hen Shen Zhor Shi Ban Shen Yo Gong Mei Shen 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 Wei Wer Li Shi Wing Wan Shen Zhor Li Shi Li Ting Yor Yor Sang Dan Zheng Wei Wang Xiong Nei Yo Pe Li Yang Shen Yan Ming Tong Yor Yor Qier Yor Kia Teng Teng Jen Zheng Shen Shen 不互相人际入领袖上先小小小先小家人家人家人小人小人如有路线可的看见领家盘见per len 见领见关注。家的家庭之间领先全有小有小些小或些些小，家小小或或些或富方派些信息。Your tian yorn gran nan bei nei shur yi dan dong zhong shi shu xing qiu yon shi xiong xian ren du fu xian chou ki yu ming ming ke wu jing ke ning shi ban xian luo ni ke fu yor ming zhang yor lai yor shi xiang jian du nam mo he la ra ra lu la ye ya na na mo li yar po lo jia de shur po la ya po ti ya sor do po ya mo he sa do po ya mo her jar lu ning jar dia hong sa po la pa yi sur da lo la dar xier nam mo xia xier li do yi ming ga li ya po lo xier di xie fo la leng for to na mo lo la ji 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 li mo he po do chai me sa mo to por do xier por se sharing shi yon sa po sar do na mo por sar do na mo por ker mo pa te dor da gerta on apologia lu jardi jarlo do di Chili mohe porti salvo sapo mo la morgi li tolu julu germen mulu pashe yardi mohe pashe yardi tola dili nishi Ola ya jela mo pa mo la mordi li yi shi na Xin ha la xian po la xian le pa sha pe xian po la xian ye hu lu mo la hu lu ji li ji li shu porti ye pu to ye mo ser mi al di Yalola legenchir di Isayarni namo poyana mo sor por hejitoria sor por hermor hergirtoria sor por hergito yurgi shirpo la ya so po herlo la genchi sho po he molaro la sho po he shila sengamu he Liao sho po he so po mo he jito yes so po he la la ha jito yes so po he Poto mo jian xia tu ye so po he lo la jian chi po he la ya so po he mo po li sheng jia so po he la mo he la do la ye la mo ali ya po lo jo po la ya so po hong Jira na do do da la bo po ya so po he Bore bolo mi do chen jing gun ji jai bu sha jing shen bore bolo mor di dor shi jo jar yor ji kong yor yi ke ko ji li ji xia bo yi kong pi wo yi shi kong shi jo jong jing shi yi fu ru shi li xia fu kong jong bu sheng bu men bu sheng bu jong shi gu ko shong wu xie wu shou xing zhong xi wu yong orbi xie shen yi wu xie sheng zheng wei chu fa wu yan jie ne ji wu xi xie wu ming yi zhen na yi xi wu leu xi ji wu kur kier mer del wu xi yi wu shou de wu kur ti sa dur yi bu re bo lor ni du wo zhen wu guai ai wu qua hai wu yu kong bu yo lai dan deur ming zhong jur jer ne pan san chi shou shou yi bo re bo lor min dur kur de anor bol lo san yor san por ti ku ji bo re bo lo mi Jor shir da jen jor shi dar ming jor shi shu shong ju shi wu deng jing jing wu jor ning chu yi ke ko jen shi bo jo ko jo ora bo ni dor jor shi shor jor jer di bo lor jer di bo lo seng jer di por si sa po he nan mo foto ya na mo da mo yer na mo sen ki yer nan mo wu ni shi sha pu sha mo he jer jor pa je da shi to han jo jera par di jen jor dor morning bo her bordeng mi lu shi sha shula ha shi shi ali cha ba shi he han bon tar mor jen do moni shula hongan balatur bordan mi hong namom san marundu mo to nana bolari her dor sher so lang nan da shi to han ke shi hong ru la bola ru la di she sha shi li shu po sha shan di sha shi li shi shu pa wa her na mo po tu ya na mo da mo de mo sen kya di na nan shi du lu shi li bo shi li po shi da li Puro di shu hen na har na boga di abala mar da Liuli ha na subini shi jida je jola je yerda ke yara ye arna hale dan san yosan burande ye darni yerta tan sali basang si gelli sa bali Chuda da la ma da gegena sama bu gerti shaba wa bi shudi ma hera yer bali wali shu he Namo boke par di pisha she shara julu ve aluli bola pohela she ya da tu jer du ye ala her di yar san yo san bo tu ye daji tong pisha shi sha she shan san mo jer di so po hel marni Pai me hong magani yana jiru jer te bardar jer na wer dali gersa Orbo wartabu orli jita ge nabulana nabuli du depanal nor nama haruji sho layaso oheli poli pordi kyo he li dolo ni he velar di pili ni di mohekiar di Genling Kerndir, Namo Hermildo, Poyaroi Torkier, Doyer Diator Mirli, Dor por Pier Mirli, Dojindarn, por Pier Mirli, Dor Pigiarel, Diarmoli, Dor Pigiarli, Do Kier Mirni, Kier no Gir, Do Jarli, Jopo. Kernamo fotornamo da morzan so morsen kernamo share nemo herti piardarni yet torbolifu lor share lisan manto dasha shini moherpi herlo kerdi san mian torjur bolidi furli no wali nor damo Dimo her pigo ber di mohemia ler di lord borsen Kari Gigi Senki Shiardi San Mantua Tolo Polorni Shorten Generation Puha Tianjun Yu Tong Shon Shunshi Shior Sharn Chun Myo Sir Min Tiendi Yo Wei Hitiandi Yoro Bing Shingar Wan Wu Wei Yi Fu Lu Shou Sher Shen Yo Ma Hung Ching Shi Shen Yi Shi Vi Chen Yen Nang Fu Yi Vi Shan Yarling Li Chang Xing Yu Chu Yarming Burnai Ateheye Yayo Gichi Manito Kuku Miki Somo Pogo Wow Ki Wani Sistan Mixtarki Heyo Harna Heyo Hara Heyo Teria Torabi Aikina Heyo Tea Torabi Aigira Heyo Tea Tardi I Wornkina Hini Yode Ator Hatardi Wornkina Hini Yo Ya he univahu ya he hu ni ani na he na he ya he ni na he univahu ya he you niva he ya he ner na yani sini hawa na yani sini hawa na hini swavira kini swavira kini ni tui na ho ni tui na ho Warasina no ho hu, warasina no ho hu, ni hima si asi sig, ni hima si asi sig. Om Narayana Vinmahe Vasudevaya Dirmahi Tano Vishnu Prachodayat. Om Devakara Dararya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dirmahi Tara Krishna Prachodayat. Om Taporshariya Virmahe Sasrakshariya Mahadevarya Dirmahi Tano Rudra Prachodayat. Om Kanandaria Virmahe Varakarandaria Dirmahi Tano Dandi Prachodayat. Om Kadhyanya Virmahe Kaniya Margarya Dirmahi Tano Durga Prachodayat. Om Vigdevya Chavid Mahe Kamo Rajarya Dirmahi Tano Devi Prachodayat. Om Mahadevya Chamad Virmahe Vishnu Parnya Chadir Mahi Tano Lakshmi Prachodayat. Om Minir Sheshnian Gatratan Dotes Nati Marsnam Ser 3 Basore Muro Corter 3 Darn Duranter Serge Torna Tasitam durante internum cholir mese fum choridi lorigo asrinin lurig Janatsker mochulor certon ti asnim ti baskor baser od munir nar margnia nar bar nar derbam serdan dorenar ster bin ruli ferba rovorter morrich ro sotter morrich ro morter monur ni belam morlech diarti bas for ferch ro fertier Mortech Nimrod Banafir Dorslina Dorglaste Doreo Dorslin Nimlenter Tjorne Kore Barakior de Bjortin Domti Orcher Nam Sier de Origi Orle Ormenius Serram Sertar Conoter Mirna Serte for Brenu Beras Brapertier Mosher Chandil om dun der torgol om elocher om lear loan bolam sincer charmer ner proportia traxeter vernar ser derib or ur gota ogor kurkumori se ruberlatin spiritunoid formsa domine esaluster herue saluster damne esaluster panasulaster damne esaluster krishna esaluster damne esaluster tur esaluster super papalum turum damne benedictu Ateheye yayo arteheye yario arteheyo lo ni tunu shila when you get a cake taye yayo ni tunu shila when you get a cake taye yayo arteheyo lo ni takuria when you get a cake taye yayo ni takuria when you get a cake taye yayo artehelo, mi chinshi nanpi mayorse artehelo ini chagarki kete, ini chigarki kete, artehelo, charon pawanchi, charurpi, charon charawan charchiarurpi, artehelo, chayarni pika, chayarni pika, artehelo, hetua cheheu archari ho, hetua cheheu chari ho, hunko kile chari heu ho, hunko kile chaya heu ho, arte yellow, arte yellow, wanayar maniye, tetanka wan maria, te heyelo, let your mio conquetelo, yo, let your mio conquetelo, yo, takumaka charigar hernami tawari, lo, taku makai charga hera mitawari yo arte yo eya yo meaning chi te wakila che ya min ching shi te wakila che ya te min ching shi te wakila che ya min ching shi te wakila che ya te ini chagar pikata che ye we ateye ini chagar pikata che ye hey yellow arte hey yellow ha ye e ya yo ha ye ya yo mi lakin hi mi chi ara lakin hi mi chi ara wa blakete ye wa ka blakatari ye Ochi hey yellow yo hey yellow pu ya chini wasna wakagin kete pu ya chini wasna wakagin kete Ochi hey yellow yo le hey ya hey la hey ye kangi ya ya te ye chaya wa unwelo kangi ya te ye chaya unwelo ni ya te ye hey yo well ni ya te ye hey yo we wan bali galeshka wan yan ni yo we wan bali galeshka wan yan ni yo we Miokan kin one lucky ye Miokan kin one lucky ye henna one lucky hey ye min chingshi mira waya min chingshi mira waya ate he ate welo arte welo yani bigita welo yani bigita welo wasna wana ki karta wasna wakin kita lechi pio echia pio hey yellow arte hey yellow Artelena Makue, Artelena Makue, Perawan Yan Makue, Perawan Yan Makue, Aramakue, Aramakue, Ina Heku, Mission College, Yao Mani, Mission College, Yao Mani, Ina Heku, Wana Sapikata, Wana Sapikata. Unchi ira zipa michuye inchi tari zipa michuye arte lo herkern yarnkar galie herken yarka galie one lechia wana sapiketal ke yarpilo one lechia wana sapiketal ke yarpilo one in kerpe kangario one in kerpe kangario arte mi yar one mariankar yor mi yar one mariankar yo Kangio yarte one chanku wakagelo kangio yarte one chanku wakagelo yani pikete cha kola he yellow makasito mariarki o yarte oki mormali o yarte one o sheri lo arte he yellow arte heilo mako wancha yao kie perakino kie kangio arte wan hoshi arte heilo leno wakan wakagache arte heilo gale kiran wakan wakagache arte heilo chanon pakin wakagache arte heilo miokan kin chichuche arte heilo gale kin ninyar kiatar kigate heilo Michinshi tahene kupie michinshi tahene kupie ma koche one washte yar yagali pikarte arte yelo one lo one cheshka hi Warawachishka Wihuta Uhumani, Wihuta Humani, Okatara, Okatano, Koyan, Wawakim Kete, Koyan, Wawakim Kete, Atamichuya, Wahin Kerpe, Michuria, Wahi Kerpe, Michuya, Hiya, Wasawakim Kete, Wasawatin Kete, Ahia, Wasawatin Kete, Wasawatin Kete, Hanpa Wachige, Tewakila lahe, one blini chala har kerielo, one blini chala har kerielo, tokeche one wer gale kinkita, tokeche when gale kar kinkite ni hun kun heleo, ni hun kun heyelo, wakan yani ya kinkite, one yan kinyan kinkite, changelishka one lusa han ya kinkite. Changelishka one Lusani Yankinkte one Wugya Gupo one Wyar Gupo Artehilo en Israël hadden best in het roas van Nuzes Kabrushara en Pusha that Kabumi Joror Katem Sikim Nebrunat in Japan Murun Epsico Marita Nep Courageous and Emi Ashwara Rapis over them certain Minkinum Narkapasada for one Kamut of Nabu Nepsucom Petem Daisharu never to Mbuar and Sanu Epsru Podnat Rose Minimaja the Oris Napanam Kimbarum and Nepara Peterson Aparata Misha about me the Namana Patapazat of the Ticket out, but that I'll make that I'm going to water everything at the Amaram. Chavres Kamnasing Timi Hebranjura, Jubra Katura, Nekano, Manabara, Kabara, Basarapi, Ambasarapi, Asapapi, Amasa, Sapi, Sapapi, Egramori, Indican Commander, Cobadon, Gorkisargara, Ramlakutia, Ruta, Marone, Sharada, everywhere, and Ruta, Roman, Puero, Peru, so to be all give thank you, kind of these ones were rotating or venue swam or like in the carpets and toys or and applicant made it carry some carries and carrying as well as two Isakunishes and a serok better benam condition consideration of this man can happen as a new run of the venom with the Roses getting per alpha Pasatsu, Amnikatum Getariki Sabra Suit Namanim and Heather Pets a pet and Shana Carry Shamasa Kevin Penatets of the Twitch at the Tampo Apple Pet Sigmatoya Ramabu Amukin said that you have a woman Sigamra Su Sigmatoya, but I mean Jessica Bas Capital of Sudden Raja Sigam Head Body Sigma Bush does sort of the heading Siakus absurd her Packers at Caribbean Sediments or Rankin Sorry, Moody, Miscari Capitan, Dabs, Madame Sarapet, Saramanet, Chicken, but the avocado with another Madame Skate to school, was as Cartier, Bombs, and Akumab, from the second Martin, to do the Venomatiman, every Sonic, Shankarunic, and Sonic Casting after that, Kennedy, on a tip of the last Sadaki, number boy, and attempts him to pay Bobo to begin him, never the forces of Tamana, never the do, Nepathitas when you do tobacco shoes, Sarakabu, Toy, Super myself, Karim, Shepatos, and again, doubling after Canatra, and Mr. McKenna, two tournaments, Kelementu, never to Thomas, usually at Gajinjara, to 180, Nepati, Sanan, Williamson, Nissan, Strike, and Angus and Nicky Cottage at the get, Exxon employee Karim Jardi, Womakari Pishon Nation, and me at Isanum, Tepati, you have a co to Agnokitis, no obstacle, and you never you for a committee research to short nanny, Shabnet, the Arno, Sonic, two Mankum, short the training, Shraman head. Nu kan på ni fusagi kartum tatek ni fu på ni sorti sorti nu tek men tu ni fu man ni fu bu bu tin keten ma tin javan et hedi chacha tali sore mo mo ti rami ko kara ma baru rangaten de tem sedu ni merek seti kara na baraki o mi to an penu betul mi tak dapat na baru na men tadi satu tu beri na apa yang kedu hasidu men igen men et padi in sus meri u ko mo hot na baru tapi sama mai kemari nu sois ora bar kamera men sedu na batem kering men arasu Resek never attempted to enjoy Paramshini, never quite came to who shall tell him and shot it, and out of Param Catamatic lesson to never make a breaking name, Malura second never the trade, the weight operation, never talk I come at 2 session times to act them and never do like the house of them hold up, the house of them hold up, empathy as you top you, got your attention to the throne, no good and put a moon to moon, shiny up a community, some my bomb, my 10. Kabernam ten mertati alt up soft Kabrama abjara tunami musiko shormod opate araju barkabnem the Kentucky work the carrot no to them you have to act protector to making to Gobston furniture go toy commercial to Nabria Samatino in pay more tune and Manamai Pam soon to the resonant excentric of the Pensaka number 2 to Pra or Tarapsanaki Guamaka Yonaka Branumesa Sutinu do a Perem Camundan and I do an Ertidika Sutis and Niki over Nathan and Nekam or Natalie Team Sekimin, but Natherman Hennesur and Hem as Sur head noon ships like Hakusurin service Careo Koma Jatu and Natru on him. Uretu Masuja to Pejara Edenu Nek Pejana Genio Cap Capron to Oro and Apatomami Masarudo Napane Governor Shuru Kuki Adi Nescamaman in Tapam to Fumu to move from Petros on the throne, Namarakan Corona Bupis Recademy, Shakap, Neku, Heku, Nev, True, Nerbush, or Rectarach, Arnhem, Shabakadab, Karag, Namarekum, to you, Biskaraka, Capreco, Tapinao, Jaltapran, everyone in duty, Waja, West of Tapanapa, Washa Samasenja, Ramahan, Person of any sector, or any sector, any Sadutari, Sabapaja, Rajani, Nisani, and Kupuka, Capra Nebun Capras Capra Peramaran yes, Urna, and Caratan Bans Gibere, Unanam Cabere, and Royce of Sabu Karim Kamimi to Adi to Nansati or Abu Narin. Abaek, Sebo Persiana Cornea, but Danny Visaru, Apish, Rapid, Saramahusha, Boasican, Suti, Subakan, Vermuki, or Sicapia, Scarinja, Artu, Amupetum, Toim, Nicotana, Caramuro, Amonasurem, Yakaranabu, Sorry, Rush, so Amen, get it out, the Caramaru, Amets, and Nabi attempted several Second Quabec, Quabec, Upsec, Wabek of Natru, some of the Second Corpet, Caricarish, Shiga. Here, Corsari, Kaiberg, Kabakuna, and Kaiberg, Market, Roy, Nashabesh, Metiketi, and Nikiku, Samonum, Shemetiku, as a Sam Sakonashami to Amakiku, Sahan, Benjamin, and Kaiser, and any Sabrem Kati, Alaba, Kuata, Rajulua, Unorequa, Borequa, Bramakan, and the Sabam, Sarako, making more great Kishop, Taparan, Jam, Shuna, Teone, and Bedene, Wabramani, through Mrs. Tapaketan, and to new DFM, new fee, Amanam, Sketsaman, the Tamas, Salaman, Jarap, myself, Carafusas. For Sanina Cabruasan, Gabai Capam, Hutapura, Bruin, Beatin, Emptium, Nafaran, Emes, poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, I peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in my flesh, hidden in a thorn covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer. Though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road, the fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May we drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within us, and who reveals a hidden light encased stone. Dare we peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread the stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from the sacred well of enchantment, that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Ezekiel Compas, the other Compas. Newt, good, Newt. Ra ra ra, capra, tuba, tum, kansu, arsim shabu balanisham truina, ersim shabu balanisham truina, ersim shabu balanisham truina, abda.
apparently read through that one pretty lightning fast today. Carter, everything's been so strong lately. It's hard to believe if I'm seeing why or not. What I was reading over is Blessings in Ancient Languages. And usually it take a bit longer to do the reading, but my mind and my heart are elsewhere. Oh, well, they are elsewhere. That's what connected. I was doing the jam as I do. My life, I don't got nothing going on enough to blather on about. You know, people people hear a lot more than what you say. People can sense what you're feeling. They can sense it. I'm not saying they can properly translate it into a thought, to the correct thought. I'm not saying that. But their body can pick it up, can sense it. I've learned that my body is just it's you know, if you got electricity coming out of the wall, you plug in the phone or something, you get power to it. That's you know, people do choosingly play games in this world. They choosingly tell a different reality to another person. Out of what? Control, fear,
pattern of behavior. I don't care. You know what? I've been traumatized enough. There was a time in my life for it was it was 3 years. It was a consecutive 3 years, and I was being traumatized on a daily basis. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not making anything the fuck up. I'm gonna relive it, but I went through it. And people, they want to play games or whatever's in their fancy, fear or games or fun. I don't care. But I don't care to fight. I don't care to play the game. I don't care to play checkers or chess. Ah, shit, if you get in my way, I just make a plan and conquer and move out. Move on with my life. That's all I've been doing. I just keep moving past the shit that's been stuck in my past. Because there's shit all over this world. All over. The only way you could keep away from it is to keep moving away. Keep moving from it. Keeps trying to follow you everywhere. If you ask my personal opinion, God's just bored and wants to play with me. Like a friend. But God don't know how to interact with anybody. Because while God may be omnipresent and omnipotent and omni-hearing and all them omnis, well, he's not there. Because the last time his name got recorded as being active in the world was 2,000 years ago. It's to modern sight and view and awareness. Because the world's just been getting worse and worse and worse. And well, like when God shows up, right, it gets better, right? Correct? That's what I would presume. I mean, if it's omnipotent, all powerful, all being, they're everywhere. They can see everything. They're not actually interacting with anything. See, that's the difference between immaterial and material. Those two worlds are different. The immaterial is in your head. It's heaven. It's in space. Moth and rust can't destroy it. It exists like air. Are you going to try to destroy air? I mean, you can. But better, you can't destroy the space, outside of our planet. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you follow me. But like, yeah, you can destroy air, obviously. Bad analogy. We always working on it. As long as you have some laughs with it. But seriously, like it's spirits everywhere. Then it can't interact. It can't have its own name. It's just the spirit. It's immaterial. But until that one starts to, I really don't see that God being as an individual who knows how to interact with anybody. I see them lonely. I see them, they, they will accept a horrible person next to them just for company. Just for company. Nothing in agreement with. Don't even like the bastard. But just need some company. Just be right there. I can hear you and I can see you and I can this and I can that and I'll be the peeping Tom. Like, what the fuck, God? Really? Talk to me, bro. I I I told that being that whoever they send to me, the first thing I want from them is a hug. When I see them the first time, I want a fucking hug. If that's not the first thing we do, that's not the person. Shit. I went up to people and said, hey, would you like a hug? They're like, oh, no hug for me. Okay. Didn't know hugs were so contagious. a lot of people in the world will understand it. When you get to a certain place of thought, there's not too many people who you can actually like have a conversation with. Like, cause the interest. What's the interest in life? You know, what is somebody focused on in their everyday doings? Their different subject matters. One person's studying definitions and histories, and sure, they studying in their own way, they're learning in their own system, and the other person, they're doing whatever they're doing. So when you don't have interests that align, then what's happening in that time for me, for me, for my own, what's happening in that time? Because if I feel my intelligence going down, if I feel I'm having to block against negativity, if I feel like I'm having to do additional work that I don't need to do in my own space, I don't fucking want to be there. I'm not interested. I'm not interested. I don't. My biggest interest in life was to help people, But you know what? You can't help people. You go help yourself though. But I know there's some people out there and they want to help themselves. They want to move forward in life, in their own life, not in the world's life, but in their own life. They want to move forward with what they've been experiencing. And so it's important to share these things as people do take and people do appreciate. So even my main interest that involved other people, it went away. I don't. You gotta want it, and to want it means to walk up to me and say hello and be real. So when I mention fucking fucking some badass wisdom, when I utter some badass wisdom to somebody, and all they do is look around the room and look back at me and say nothing, our interests don't align. We're not into the same fucking thing. I don't give a fuck what your life is. We're not in the same shit. Because somebody you send shit out to, they're gonna be like, boom, and I'm gonna throw that something back, and they're gonna throw something back, and you go back and forth, whoop, 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 have fun. You know what fucking sucks in life? When somebody's always right in the narrative when you hang out. You have a friend like that? They never come over to your place. They never go to a restaurant you want to go to. You, if you two hang out, you're in their space doing what they want. That's not a friend to me. That's a controller. I don't give a fuck if it's out of fear. I don't care if it's out of selfishness. I don't give a fuck what the reason is. It could be good or bad, sad or mad. I don't give a flippin' flying fuck. I'm going somewhere else. Find someone else to fit your little whatever you need to fit. You find someone else to do that with. Not me. Not me. Not this guy. No. No. I've been through too much in my past already. That is the most powerful prayers you can ever send, the most powerful words of power, the most powerful energy, the most miraculous thing you can do. Be in a state of prayer, be in a state of meditation, be in a state of words of power. Maybe you speak tongues and the words don't have any meanings. They studied it scientifically. It has the same effect. It works. Gets you there. But when you're in a state of that type of being and your emotions run, hold on to your seats. Buckle up any extra straps you got around because it's going to change up. Something's going to happen. Something's going to happen. That energy's going to go through. And that's what people miss out. That's where people they leave out emotion. And where there's no emotion, there's no electricity, there's no movement. Understanding the cycles, especially of someone else, helps oneself understand their own cycles. It's it's a system of being able to know what you're capable of and what you're not capable of. And when you hit your limits, for me, I'm, I'm out. I'm out. The best thing in life is worth fighting for. That's for sure. I want to talk. I want to go on and talk about the same thing, man, and the same thing every single day. And there's nothing freaking. The only stuff I want to go over is deep stuff that people don't want me to share. I know it's people, and I even got the omen too. Like, don't share it. You already shared enough. Look, like, look. It says, duty is with us ever, and evermore forbids us to be idle. Now, I'm jumping around a little bit here. It says, to the primeval man, whatsoever good came, descended on him as in mere fact it ever does.
direct from God. Whatsoever duty lay visible for him, this the supreme God him had prescribed for the primal man in whom dwelt thought. This universe was all a temple, life everywhere, worship. To work with the hands or brain according to our requirements and our capacities to do that which lies before us to do is more honorable than rank and title. Plowers, spinners, and builders, inventors, and men of science, poets, advocates, and writers all stand upon one common level and form one grand, innumerable host, marching ever onward since the beginning of the world, each entitled to our sympathy and respect, each a man and our brother. I'm going to include our sister, if they be a woman. It was well to give the earth to man as a dark mass whereon to labor. It was well to provide rude and unsightly materials in the ore bed and the forest for him to fashion into splendor and beauty. It was well not because of that splendor and beauty, but because the act creating them is better than the things themselves, because exertion is nobler than enjoyment, because the laborer is greater and more worthy of honor than the idler. In order for me to worship somebody, if you didn't know what the word worship means, you can pull it up on the dictionary. Two words: intense love. Intense love. That's what the word worship actually translates into, is intense love. Okay. Now, I should. Intense love means I'm paying attention. Intense love means I'm aware of things. Intense love means, yeah, I'm looking out. I'm looking out. I'm not just looking out, but hey, if I need to, I'll make the call and be like, yo, let's do this. That's about to happen. You know, intense love, protection of life, fed, taken care of, all of these things. I know what brings peace to my life. And if I watch somebody long enough, if I observe their regular activity, I'm going to see what brings them peace. I'm going to find that out too. And that's what we want to provide for each other, is a peaceful environment, a good environment. If I'm to intensely love somebody else, and I'm supposed to do that for myself as well, I got to do that for myself first. I do that for someone else, and then it goes round and round and round and round. See all the good building up there? However, on another scope, if the other individual, if the other environment, I'm talking about people here, if the other individual creates an environment to where there's no possibility of love, not endurable love, not, if that's not what's being built and taken care of, and I'm taking hits personally, and I can't even put that energy into myself, and it drops lower and lower even for myself. Whoa, hold on a second. I can't do what I normally did. I have to change things.
I have to respect them. I have to love them. And I certainly can't do that up close. And this is the exact issue. When people can't talk to you, and all they can do is send you messages, hidden messages, through magic tricks, literal magic tricks. Tricks. They're tricks to be able to do things. They weren't born with the gift. They're tricks. Huge wave of individuals born with it. That's why things get miscommunicated, not understood, not seen, because they think they can see it all, and because they can observe it all, they think they know it all. So miscommunication just keeps going and going and going. That's not that love cannot be sustained in an environment of miscommunication. That's a simple fact. Somebody thinks they understand you because they studied you, but they don't. You want to know why? Because they don't understand themselves. You got to understand if you want to understand other people, you, shadow work. You got to start on yourself. If you don't know yourself, and which means you paid attention to your environments to reflect and see it. You didn't jump in and tell people how to. You just paid attention. You saw the cycles, how things were going. Oh yeah, yeah, I do that too. Yeah, okay. All that self-application, all that self-application, all that. I know there's a big difference between 99.9% and 100%. There's a big difference of that shine of gold between 99.9 and 100. I tell you that much. So until somebody knows themselves, that's why they gotta look, and that's why they need the. That's why they gotta have the physical evidence before they act. That's why they don't trust themselves, because they don't know themselves. I know myself. That's why I can trust myself, and that's why I can act on it and not fucking understand it. Because I already set all that up. I spent years setting all that up. And then people are like, how do I be like you? You can't. You could be like you. I could show you how to make you you. I could, like you gotta grow, you gotta develop, nurture, support. I could show you those kind of things, but that's something you're gonna have to figure out on your own. Like, people have had the wrong idea on living. They have had other goals, and where there are different goals, there are different interests. Where there are different interests, there are different things being paid attention. What's being paid attention to is going to craft the cognitive understanding Not the subconscious understanding, but the cognitive understanding. The cognitive understanding is how we are perceiving the world. That's our mind. Mind, body, soul, aka heart. I've been hurt enough in my past. I don't want to be hurt no more. That's as simple as that gets. And so I live life as I live life. And I know that my decisions were made because even my spirit could see and sent me the signs and lined it up. And I compare it to my past. And I say, yep, that's the route it would have happened. On the other side of the coin, when I can't when I can't do anything to affect the situation and I've already tried everything. Now depending where one's limits are in my language, I do have a word and it says use anything you need to in this language or outside of it will get out your situation. Just get out. It's done. Exit plan. Always got to have an exit plan. And that's what people don't plan on. They just plan to stick and stay, and that's it till the end. We're going to ride this one out. And I've learned how to go with the flow. That flow shifts. Who knows where it goes? Till I'm there or here, wherever that may be in the present moment and to come. Then he passed through a representation of hell and Elysium. Then said an ancient writer, they are entrained with hymns and dances, with the sublime doctrines of sacred knowledge, and with wonderful holy visions, and now become perfect and initiated. They are free and no longer under restraint, but crowned and triumph. They walk up and down the regions of the blessed, converse with pure and holy men, and celebrate the sacred mysteries at pleasure. Celebrate the sacred mysteries at pleasure. Whenever I desire to. When do I desire to talk about the sacred mysteries? Whenever I decide to talk about them. This is not being under. That's I don't know about you, but I know I read that before, and I just live my life that way. Without restraint. Without restraint of having to hold back my speech about what I want to talk about, what I care about. I don't want to do that. I decided long ago when my mom died. When my mom was alive, we talked about everything. No regrets. If we wanted to say it, we said it. Good or bad, ugly or not, no regrets. And that means do what's in your heart to do at every moment. Don't follow the false pleasure. Don't follow the lust. The heart is not just the running after those kinds of things. like to be able to do that. And when I don't get to do that, it tells me about my environment. It puts me back to like being as a Jehovah's Witness in religion. Oh no, don't talk about that. Oh, you can't talk. Oh, ooh, what? Shoot, I went to a Baptist church, just darn close to this, just more bells. Oh, I had bells all over me, and I was talking, and the Hindu temple, and the Celtic church, and I at each of them, and I tell them about my mom passing away, and how she chatted with me, and I had experiences and all sorts after she passed on, and they accepted me, including their priests. They all accepted that. They didn't look at me bad. They didn't. I the way I was treated at a Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall by people showed me what restraint of speech really is. I associate that with being brainwashed, being mind controlled. I, I will guide my mind. Thank you very much. I got that one under check. The words of power, this, that. I need to pull something else up, mantras, dosas, whatever. I've been working this. I got the stones, the sound bowl. Your resonance and your mind belongs to you. Do not let anybody own it. Don't let anybody else own that. They will try to. They will try to own it in different ways. They don't even have to be in the same home with you. And your actions of how you get a drink will change. How you pour yourself a drink, it'll change. If you change, do it because you wanted to grow for the better. There's something you liked. Don't do it because you're just blindly following what somebody tells you to do. Pay attention to the results and not the intention. Okay? Because people have a lot of desire to do good, but that doesn't mean that they have the ability to succeed in that. Those are two different things. So pay attention to the results and understand that their intention was to do good. That meant their heart is in a positive place, but a bad result happened. So it's not really their bad good, and I just can't follow that person's ideas because they cause turmoil in my life. I'm not following anything that causes turmoil. I'm not following fucking chaos. If chaos comes up, shit, I got a darker chaos full of fire. We'll pull up if I need to dish out that shit on the bat. Go ahead. I got something to match your dark. Go ahead. Let's play. Fuck. But that I don't chase that. I ain't looking for that. I ain't entertaining that. I ain't bringing that to the table. That's not what I want. If anything, it's a mirror. People don't know what they're looking at. They have no clue what they're looking at. Just tells me how distant they are from even knowing my heart. will never understand my thoughts. So people who try to understand me wind up failing in the long run because they don't understand I'm just looking for a friend, looking for a best friend. And like Jim, like boom, Jim's a friend. Jim is more than Jim's a dang good friend. Appreciate you, Jim. There's something I got in my heart to build, and I got in my mind how to build it. And I got the ability to stand there and beat a mascot and beat a let's get it going. Bam, there, and everything. Turn on the key, get the engine going. Vroom, vroom, vroom. But I can't do that. I haven't been able to find anybody to do that with. And I ain't building whatever's coming in my future alone. I ain't doing it. I already made that decision. And I don't like working with one hand tied behind my back. I don't like working with a bunch. I can't do anything on my laptop other than watch a movie or something. Maybe bring up an old PDF. I can't write shit. I I like writing, pen and paper, but I could type a whole lot faster. I can't have my keyboard broken. I won't even go buy another keyboard because I save the money that's donated for food and rent. And I got the makeup and couple and the vape, and that's it. That's it. I didn't get nothing else. I didn't. When you have limits imposed already upon you, you have somebody come in, they put more limits on you, and then they ask for shit out of you. Huh, that's abuse. That's in my book. In my book, that was plain and strategized abuse. And if the person stays in, they ain't gonna get out. That's my experience. That's what I've seen happen. I've lived in many different places, many different houses, and I survived every single damn one of them. And I didn't just survive them. Fucking, I thrived after them. Fuck that. I didn't stick around. People try to carry too much. Heart's supposed to be lighter than a feather. How can the heart be lighter than a feather if it's trying to carry all this stuff? Can't. Can't. It's got to be free of that attachment. And that's one reality I've learned in this world, and part of the shamanic journey is that things are given and things are taken. Regularly reminded on the basis that this world is not where I'm coming back. When I was a child, I stared at the sun, not just like at dawn. Nobody told me that staring at the sun's bad for you. So I just stare straight up at the sun. Literally, I wouldn't blink. I leave my eyes straight open. That's why I don't give a fuck who it is. It comes down to eye staring contest. I can't remember the last time I lost. Hell no. Hell no. And I used to stare right at the sun, and you stare at it. Well, I'm not telling. Don't stare at it. I'm not telling you to. I would stare at the sun, and then go to like a solid circle, but it would be like a yin yang kind of a shape, and then it would, but the yin yang, like half of the yin yang shape, it would turn like in a circle, and then when it got to the full top, it would change colors, and then it will continue again. And every time I got to the top, it changed colors. And so I'd be memorized by it. I just like, I'd stare at it because it's awesome. And then at the age of 5, I went legally blind in my left eye and bad vision in my right eye. And you may think that the sun, staring at the sun, did that, but I tend to disagree because my left eye got really, really bad, and my right eye is okay. I see better with glasses, um, but I kept staring at the sun until I was like 12 or 13 or something before I found out that staring at the sun was harmful to the body, to the eyes, could make you go blind. I was, oh, I shouldn't do that. And I think I worked all the way up until about the age of 19 or 20 to stop staring at the sun by accident because I just stare up at it sometimes and catch myself in that old habit. And, oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. That was just straight up habit happening out of that. And I was trying not to. Um, and my vision didn't, the right eye didn't get any worse. Nothing else happened. Left eye is what it is. So, um, I really believe like that's the portal home. I believe that's the portal I came through. I believe I was looking up and I was like, okay, that's where I came from. That's where I go back through. That's the destination. Yellow, yellow, yellow light. Not white light, but yellow. With the sun. That's my destination after, for my soul. That's where it blasts off. To the sun. That's how to get home. And that's why this world has so many things here because it's you've heard of a trap house? If not, you can look it up online, trap house. This is like a trap, this is a trap planet. That's why every single prophet and shaman and person in the past was like, don't follow the fucking world. Don't go after the money. Don't do these things. Because if you do, then you're going to want to come back. Your heart's going to weigh. It's going to be connected to the planet. You want your heart to be so light that it can zap to the sun when your body, and then you're not here no more. Goodbye. Bye. The soul can move wherever it wants and do whatever it wants. But this is what happens. People would come in, I play the sound, I walk around in a circle, I play the sound bowl for them. But before they would do that, I would tell them, look, your spirit's going to travel and it's going to go wherever you need it to go. Whatever you desire the most, that's which interaction you're going to have. There's one lady, and I said, if there's a deceased loved one, you'll have an interaction with them, but you won't see their face. That's how you know it was real. If you see their face, total fake. There's a fake. You don't see the face, not on the astral side. They've really passed on. The reason why is because they've already changed form. Their face is different in their actual form. So if we were to see the face conflict with who we know, then it'd be a bit of a shell shock, a brain shock, a soul shock. Like it wouldn't be good. So they just don't allow it. But the energy is felt and the body is seen, and it's a beautiful, amazing experience. But I would tell them, I say, tell me you're going to have that. There's one lady, she says, well, I have my someone who passed my someone who passed away. And I said, well, you're going to see them then. And she said, well, I don't want to see them. And she was like, well, my mom passed away. I was like, well, you'll see them. She's like, oh, I want to talk. Yeah, okay. And I was like, and I did it. And I did the jam, the cymbal, and she was her, what did she say? I forgot what she said, but she was just like shaking her head in disbelief. And then she described the experience of what had happened, and she had an interaction with her mom, and there was her mom. Her mom said that she was sorry for the way she left things, and her daughter said it. When she told me that, I said, "Did you accept the apology?" She said, "Yeah," and I was just like, "Oh my gosh, that was huge. That was huge. That's so huge." To have a moment of closure after, like, it was, yeah, how can you have a moment of closure after somebody's dead? And she did. Her and her friend, I did the jam for them. They both had an interaction with the deceased loved one. They didn't come back for 2 months, and they came back and they didn't know how to say it. And I said, because y'all were trying to verify that it all really happened, and they nodded. They're like, yeah, exactly. And so they were able to talk amongst themselves and and accept the realities of what happened. They came back and changed. It's good. It's amazing of what you're capable of, and the whole point of that is the heart's going to go where the heart desires. So if there's something that you feel that you have to justify or correct on this world, if you feel that there's something that, oh, I want to fix this, I want to do that, then you're part of the world, okay? And your soul, your spirit is going to say, I can't leave yet. I got stuff to do. So it's going to find a body, and you're going to be born in a family, and reincarnation going to happen. Okay, this is what we've been having over and over and over and over. And every now and then one of us, we get it. And we say, oh, to lose is to win. If I lose at people's earth games, then I win at connecting with Gaia and being able to ascend at the end of this life beyond this planet. I get to go home, home. I'm done. I go home, home. Not this planet home, not human. I go home to my original life. I'm no longer stuck in the trap planet. It's a trap planet. You know a trap house? Trap planet. All its little shiny lights and different things you can smoke and drink and this and that and get stuck there and get stuck there and go travel over there. Oh, you could live at Earth for an uncounted amount of lifetimes. Well, not really. We keep track of all of them. Dot, 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 dot. Oh, they look like they're getting away from us. Let's make sure we give them. Hey, they need to be famous or else they're going to leave this planet. Give them something. Boom! Give them something to be stuck to in this world so they sell out. You want to win at Earth? Then you going to stay and win at Earth. You want to be a king of Earth? You going to be a king of Earth. You want to go to heaven? You want to ascend to your next life beyond this crap? Well, be a king of your own heart. Because then you're going to be able to be like, ooh, I know where I'm going. I know where I'm heading in the afterlife. Oh, yeah. People, they were just trying to get me sucked in to be part of their thing. That's not the win. That's not the win. I was in this one place. It's a pretty bad place. When I say pretty bad place, it was a bad place. And people observed my behavior. No, I didn't know what was going on, so I'm going to share you my experience just as is. And I'm doing my thing. This dude comes over and gives me some stuff and grocery wise. And I was like, thanks, I appreciate that. I wasn't expecting, thank you. And chatted, whatever. They went about their business. Somebody had been watching, somebody that actually had a positive um, care for me, a positive heart to my way. They came up to me when the other person was gone and they said, you might not know about it, but there's some major gangs in this area. And they they're fighting over you right now. Each one wants you in their group. That's why they came and gave you some. Not even, not even 12 hours later, fucking fights break out. Multiple fights break out. Okay? Back to back to back. And they fuck. Let's just say I left. That was not for me. People will be kind to you for all sorts of reasons. They'll give you things for all sorts of reasons. But when it's a divine connection, oh my God, those gifts are so special. Those types of gifts, oh my goodness. Like, those gifts are precious. And that was a part of their own soul that knew that you could assist with something. And that's why they gave something so kind, such a gift. It's a bit of a lifeline connection. A reminder that the spirit connection is there. And it has always been there. Whether the person was known beforehand or whether they get to hang out together afterwards. People take things so personally. Everything. I can't even talk about, seriously, I can't currently right now in these days, I can't freely talk about what I want to talk about because I know there's a spirit connected to a person and they are thinking every single thing I say has to do with them. Like, what the hell? Let me just be. I don't care about your life. I don't care. It's yours, not mine. This is why I've been going over the same material for the past, I don't know, week. It's irritating. Literally, it makes me just go live with the birds. Go wake up,
Where am I going to walk to today? But this is a reality for each person out there. Because people, they think everything you do is meant for them. And when you start doing stuff for yourself, huh? God damn, that shit gets old fast. Over and over and over we all personalize stuff. I've learned to find other interests to redirect my focus into something else entirely. But these are realities that people deal with on a regular basis. Every day. It's just, there's one place I was living at, and the dude was definitely, he was definitely stuck where he was. He had been stuck there for a good long while. And while I was living at his place, at their place, he was, he could barely fathom, he could, I don't know, there was something he said, and I can't remember what it was that he said, but it was in relation to my ability to just be able to pack up and move and find a place or whatever the case to just keep moving in life. He didn't see how that was even possible. But I've been doing it for years. Sometimes I walk the streets. Sometimes I got a roof over my head. I've had a roof over my head more than walking the streets. That's a fact. But it's interesting doing that and finding out why people chose that life. Many times people wind up in that life just by circumstances. However, there are a select few that choose that life. They choose it. And they've realized quite a bit more than others have. And they're willing to endure harsher circumstances to have a peace in their heart. So, well, your journey ain't much different from mine. Sounds like we got the same journey. Sounds like just about every kind of individual in the past has done that kind of thing, left a wise word behind, done that, been on that journey too. And there's a good many things I learned about India and Hinduism. And when I was going to the temple, I had I had two of these experiences, but I'm relating one of them to be specific. And they was a husband and wife, and they came up to me and they said, "It's so nice to see you, because and when we're at home, when India, there's people like you all over. We see people like you all the time." What? Well, I don't know nothing about this. What you talking about? And I started thinking about some documentaries I watched, and I was like, it was months after that. It was months after the two
times had been spoken to me, and I forget how I heard the word or found the word, came to the word, and I looked it up, and boom, it was the individuals who do that over in India. I had realized I did see a documentary on them on them before, and but I learned more than just the documentary. I got a little bit more, and I was like, wow, this is actually what I've been doing, and it's actually quite a bit of the way I feel, and not everything, not all the way through, but there's some realities and some massive realities in the path. And so I continued in what I was doing because I saw that this was my life of what I was developing for the future. It's is our resonance, it is our being, it is our heart space, it is living one vibrational energy and maintaining that love. And by doing that, we are securing what no moth or rust can consume. It is literal living energy. And when the soul is vibrating, oh, that's why. That's why. Yep. Yup. It's all about the resonance of your soul. It's like it has it can be pulled to its source like magnets, like be drawn and be attracted right to it. So if the soul, if the heart is pure, if you've been through the ceremonies, through the shamanic journey, if you went through the initiations, and the ceremonies could happen at a temple, they could happen, in a group, or however people do it. There's multiple ways how to achieve the ceremonies. I perform those ceremonies myself. I do. That's how I got where I am. Is because I realized that there were certain ceremonies they were not going to perform for me. So fuck. I saw how to do it. I looked up the material. I paid attention long enough. I'm gonna go throw myself my own spin, my own formula. Your magic is how you decide to spin it, how you decide how it comes out your hands, how that energy comes out your being. That's your energy. That's your magic. It's all about the confidence in yourself. It can look weird as anything. It doesn't matter. As long as that's what you believe, that's what you're into, that's what you accept, that's what you're doing. It's not a false front. It's not just show or pretend. I'm not just like, here's my little package for a little presentation. No, this is who I am. This is what I do and been working with. And you vibrate the soul, the heart. That's what I've been talking about. Is human life is all about attuning the vibration of the soul. Okay, like like that hum, that proper vibration, that proper tunage. And that's how it's going to find the next life, the next incarnation. That's how it's going to be able to go where it needs to go, and not just some lustful desire of, oh, that's what I've been trying to do on earth and craft and concoct and scheme forth. This is why I am very cautious with my energy. I am very cautious with my connections with individuals because I know what my energy is vibrating at. And I know that with enough continued effect from anyone and me just laying down and taking it, it's going to go away. And if it goes away, then when I pass on, just by being in proximity of someone else, you are open to their vibration and you are going to copy that vibration in different ways. The way it comes out in friends, two friends have been hanging out a lot. Start saying the same words all the time. That's how you know you copied energy. Start having the same timings and same things, and things just kind of line up and stuff between the friends. Those weird things that happen, those alignments, those synchronicities between behaviors. That's energy that has copied from one to the other. Okay? Wasn't trying to do it. It just happens. See, I'm aware that these things happen. I know that these things happen. So I can't just let myself be subject to things. I know what I've been through. I could jump back into that old vibration, real easy. And a lot of times I do to use it maneuverably in this world in the present moment for whatever I need to get through. And then I return to my peace and okay, I don't have anything I have to work through. I can just resonate my good old energy the way I am. Woohoo! Just be me and have fun. The Chinese Sabians represented the supreme deity as composed of Zhang Di, the supreme sovereign, Tian, the heavens, and Tao, the universal supreme reason and principle of faith, in that from chaos and immense silence, an immeasurable void without perceptible forms, alone, infinite, immutable, moving in a circle, in illimitable space, without change or alteration, when vivified by the principle of truth, in all beings under the influence of Tao, principle of faith, who produced one, one produced two, two produced three, and three produced all that is. Three produced all that is. Heaven, the supreme sovereign, and the supreme reason, principle of faith. You have that power within you. And the only way to really kind of move on is to finish up what your heart wants to do on this world. That's why it's important, that bucket list. What do you want to do before that final day? What's most important? That bucket list. It shouldn't be something on the side. It shouldn't be something that you wait on. It should be something you act on. And if anything ever jumps up on that bucket list, this should be acted on sooner than later to cross it out. because then you'll feel like you tried what you wanted to do. Even if you couldn't do it, there's many things I've wanted to do, and I got the opportunity to do it. And I learned that either A, I couldn't do it, or B, you know what, I really don't care for this. I don't like it that much. And those things are okay too. It's helped me focus on what I do enjoy. It's interesting because it talks about how in the Bible it talks about how the rapture, it talks about the rapture, right? It says things like, I'm gonna get the words off massively. It says things like, a person's gonna be laying down with somebody and like poof, they're gone. Somebody's gonna be standing out in the field and then like poof, they're gone. But it doesn't exactly say like they're gonna just be like poof, gone. It just says like they're not gonna be there anymore. They're gonna be whisked away to heaven. All the angels essentially are gonna be gone from the world. Ascension? What if there was a massive shift and there was a massive, large wave of individuals who ascended from the human state into divinity while human and were able to ascend after that and not come back from the earth? We went home, we could chill and like be happy where everything naturally is good, not this planet, not this rock, one where wherever you're from. That would leave everybody that was focused on the earth, everybody that was part of the world, everybody that wanted to create the vision they wanted for it, they would be stuck here with it. And they could have exactly what they want, and we would have exactly what we want. And the rest of however that scripture, the days where the world's like, the real evils running the world, because that would be man doing whatever they want lawlessly, because all the divine law and order says, we've taken off out this. We could see when a ship's going down, Titanic hit an iceberg, it's taking on water. I mean, what you gonna do? They don't got that many safety boats. I mean, you better build your own boat pretty quick. See, that ark is your spark. You're the Ark of the Covenant. You're the Noah's Ark that's going to survive the flood. You're the Ark, okay? You yourself are the Ark. Yeah, you got the Ark of the Covenant, literal physical device. There's all that there. I'm not denying that or anything. Yes, they power up pyramids and other things and da 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 da. Uh, but you are like, I'm really focused on it, like Noah's Ark. I did like that, like Ark or you are the spark. That was pretty cool though. I like that. Anyways, some of that was in my mind. I wanted to come out. Anyways, but you are that ark. You are what can survive. You are the boat that sails through the sky. Your soul. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. Because it would be just like we would be there one day and then it'd be like one day we're not. Yeesh. Last one got all gone. In Alexandrian Gnosis, the Platonic notion of the Hule predominates. This is the dead, the unsubstantial, the boundary that limits from without the evolution of life in its gradually advancing progression, whereby the perfect is ever evolving itself into the less perfect. Just talking about how darkness exists alongside of light. In opposition to fullness. And it goes on. But I hear the word perfection, and that brings up the old reality for me, which is a current reality. See, you can't be perfect to a man, to a human standard, because a human standard is it's going to leave information out one way or another. It's going to have miscommunication. They're going to change their what was going on. For that, yeah, we can't be perfect according to a human standard. Not at all. But to our indwelling intelligence that lives within us and our connection to every aspect within of masculine and feminine, to all that without, solar and lunar. And that freedom truly freedom is a beautiful thing. And it's something that's continually worked towards, something that's continually has effort going into. The whole world is trying to get you to stay here. The whole world wants you to stay here. Earth, they got all the lights on. Look, we're getting the 3D things. Look, we got this and projectors and all that kind of look. Oh, we're going. Earth is advancing, that is a fact. But at this point, hopefully, they do change. Humans do change the way they treat each other in the long run. Hopefully, they make a better decision of being kind to each other, not playing games, but living life. And that's the thing, is there's people in the world and they're just playing games. I'm not talking about video games, I'm not talking about that. But they're playing games, they're playing psychological games with people. They're playing emotional games with people. And if somebody's doing that, if they're into those types of games, they're not living life. And video games are very reflective of life. I was able to play one game yesterday I never played before, and man, the story, the way it related to my life and everything, I was like, dang, that's some good stuff. And, my goodness, great stuff. Very reflective. But I, I, I stopped playing those games a long time ago altogether. That's, I, maybe that's what some people don't understand. I don't know. But that's why I value communication. Because communication allows for misunderstandings to be cleared. Communication on a regular, ongoing, daily basis with somebody who is in your life, like, that matters. Because that's going to clear up all the mistakes. Things change every single day. And I noticed that's what happened with me and my mom back in the day. is like time-wise of the event happening, okay? Like we say certain things in the beginning, and then like getting over here, like there was what was the beginning, there was something not spoken or misunderstood, and so the end result was not what was expected, and it should have been by all means. And so then a fight happens. It's like, what are you doing? Are you trying to mess with me? What's up? What's going on? Like that? And there was a misunderstanding. And so me and my mom, we learned to communicate with our words, so that we're in communication mode right now. So there's no reason to get upset or anything. There's no emotion involved, and just we're just putting facts on the table. That's not emotion, just information. Boom, we all there. That all line up. Yeah, okay, good. And the communication along the way, things change them. I can't get that, or I could do that instead, or this is going to happen, and whatever the case, that regular communication. Oh, now I'm aware of the changes that are going to happen. I'm not expecting one thing, I'm expecting something different. When it happens, okay, that was acceptable. I get that. Yeah, I understand how from this to that. I can understand that change in results. So now we can work better together. Communication is vital for any relationship to be fruitful, productive, and lasting. I have a saying, you're either growing together or you're growing apart. And this happens in every way of life. And you either keep up with each other or you don't. You're either getting to know each other better or you're drifting further apart. And if you're apart, well, then, all the space in the middle, there's no way that's going to be traversed in any short amount of time. And if it is, it's going to have a catastrophic ending, because that was just too many events in such a short amount of time. That doesn't spell a good result. Being aware of these kinds of things will help you navigate your world beyond the limitations that people are trying to set for you. There are good people, there are individuals, and they are trying to help you. But the world is full of individuals who are somewhere else, somewhere else in mind or thought. And keeping one's focus, knowing where they're headed. I know that in my next life, I'm getting to my mother and my daughters. I know where I've seen them. I know where they are. I'm going right to them after this life's done. Hopefully, many years down the line, and at a state of peace, and have may even possibly happiness. And and but but I know that my vibration and my energy. I know who I am. Find out who you are. How do you find out who you are? Try new things. Talk about different things. Find out about people. And I'm not saying to like be personal or whatever, but I mean in like just general behaviors. Because the more you learn of somebody else, that information's self-reflection. It's going to help you understand yourself. It's going to help you understand your environment. That energy, the thoughts, the time. I was younger. I remember when I was a teenager. I've been following my heart my whole life. I had one person, they held me up for mm, 15 years. Had another person hold me up for mm, about 6 years. religion was in there too for a good long while, but that overlaps in the years. So that's I don't know. I don't I I just I decided not to play people's games, and I learned that karma liked me a whole lot because I don't take things personal. So I'm great at delivering what karma needs to go down because she knows I'm going to be speaking for 2 hours, hour and a half. We went pretty quick today. I think I read that hour 22. That was pretty fast today. I blazed through that one. In any regard, no, it's 5:22. Started at 3:22. It was 2 hours. Yeah, it was no 3:33. Okay, it was a little less. It was still close to 3 hours. Anyways, 2 hours, not three. I was correct the first time. So, like, she knows that energy's flowing. She knows I'll go anywhere to whatever. Here's your gift. That was your energy, not mine. That's I've been working with karma for I don't know, at least 8 years. At least. At least. Directly with her. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So there's this story I got. There's this dude. He's a total prick. Okay, like he plays practical jokes on people. He is really mean, like practical jokes that like people don't like. Man, and he's laughing and people are hurt and mad and stuff. You know, like dude's not a nice guy. He's total prick, total jackass. And and he gets in this car accident, fiery crash, burning fire. Dude dies, goes to heaven, opens up, everything's all shining and bright. He's like, nah, this ain't right. Or he sees angel wings coming towards him, and then he starts seeing the appearance of the angel body. He's like, nah, what the hell's going on? The angel gets close up to him and he goes, hey buddy, you're Murphy, right? And he says, yeah. He says, last hall. Last hall down there, the door, take a left, right there. And so Murphy walks all the way down and boom, takes a left, sees the door, knocks on, and he hears, come on. And he goes in, and it's God Himself shining bright. Murphy goes, God, what? What am I doing here? I didn't do anything to get into heaven. And God goes, hold on a second. Karma, we need you. Karma shows up. He says, yes, God. Karma, and God goes, Murphy's going to be teaming up with you. Y'all need to get busy on Earth, okay? We got some bad stuff going down on there. So y'all partner up. Part two. So Karma and Murphy wrap up everything on Earth, take care of all that bad stuff, dish out everything. Oh, it's great, man. Karma likes to let that debt build up, and then she just likes to set Murphy free on them, and oh my gosh, Karma can move on to the next one, and then boom, they just like ta 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 ta. It's amazing, and so that all happened, and they go. they decide, I'm going to reincarnate for life, have a lifetime on Earth and be husband and wife and set all that up. And God's like, okay, sounds good. And boom, signs off on all the good stuff. Boom, Karma and Murphy go down to Earth and reincarnate and find each other nice and young, and they get married all nice and enjoying their life. And one day, Karma's coming home. She finds the house is broken into, and well, Murphy, he didn't make it. And that's how the end of the world happens. It's just a joke. It's just a joke. It's not real. The world will continue forever and ever and ever and ever. And just relocate it to another place, like in Star Trek. We'll watch some sci-fi movies, okay? You can relocate people onto other planets. It's not that difficult. They got special ships for it and everything. People think in physical terms so much, but they miss the energetical reality. Soul transfer, being able to move a soul from one body to another body and not losing them, is possible. This is what the ancients did. So some still know how to do. I said some. I rediscovered how. But it's not a formula that somebody could just follow and do. But it's all about the state of the person's heart. Essentially, I open the door for things to happen. If your heart's in the right vibration, you're in that environment and you can facilitate that, and it's part of your shamanic journey, boom, you can do it if you're up for it. People like to do everything themselves and have everything for themselves, but see, I like to cook. Okay, I love to cook. If there is enough food available, I'll cook for everybody. I don't care. Cook me a meal for everybody. Hey, every time, if I'm gonna cook myself something, I'm gonna cook for everybody that's in that house. Is there somebody in the house? You hungry? I got the food. I'm gonna cook it for you. That's just the way I am. There is one more than one time, but one time in particular, and I cooked up a good bit, and it was overnight 24-hour smoke, and man, I did the meat and everything. I smoked it and cooked it and did it tacos and everything, and had it all ready to go for about, I don't know, 80 to 150 people, somewhere around there. I'm not sure. And 80 to 120 maybe. And and I had it all ready to go and everything. It was in the oven and served it, and just watching everybody sit there and eat and enjoy themselves, that was satisfactory. I wasn't even hungry to eat. I wanted to, yeah, I was watching them enjoy it. That's awesome. For anybody who's a cook, who cooks, who enjoys cooking, there's no better. I mean, that's the pie, that's the cherry on the cake right there. Is kind of sitting back and having a drink, or whatever, soda pop, whatever the case to drink, coffee, whatever to drink. And just sitting back doing your thing and watching everybody else enjoy, and that's just so it's like, man, there's appreciation and all that good stuff. Like there's more than way more than words have to say about that experience. And in having done that, been having that, like, be able to help somebody else, and then they can do it, and then watch them get to enjoy doing it, and now they're living it for their own life because this is something they enjoy. That's freaking phenomenal. That's enjoyment. That's the reward right there. That's the reward right there. They're not stuck in the cage they used to be in. They're liberated. They can be who they want to be. They can shift or adapt or become or whatever. It's up to them. They get to choose. Good. You should get to choose what you want to do, what you get to be, what you want to see, what you hear. You should. It was soon found that the denial of a conscious power, the cause of man and of his life, of a providence, of or a mind and intelligence, arranging man in reference to the world, and the world in reference to man, would not satisfy the instinctive desires of human nature or account for the facts of material nature, did not long answer to say, if it ever was said, that the universe was drifting in the void inane, and neither it nor any mind within or without it knew of it whence, its weather, or its whereabouts. That man was drifting in the universe knowing little of his whereabouts, nothing of his whence or whither, that there was no mind, no providence, no power that knew any better, nothing that guided and directed man in his drifting, or the universe in the weltering waste of time. To say to man and woman, your heroism, your bravery, your self denial all comes to nothing, your nobleness will do you no good, and all of those things, they will never satisfy the mind. Those things never satisfy the mind. When I hear things, it's out of context. There was much material before and after, and what that was connected to. But when people think along those lines, when I hear the words of don't do this, don't do that, can't do this, can't do that, I tend to look. I tend to say, well, do I desire to do that? Do I want to know about that? If I do, I will. If I can and I desire, I shall. If I don't, I won't. That's my choice. It's your choice to decide. And that's very important. Your choice is important because that's the actions you get to do. That's the life that you get to live and the life that you get to have. To purity and innocence everywhere, the Knight Commander owes protection as of old against bold violence or those more guilty than murderers who by art and treachery seek to slay the soul, and against that want to want and destitution that drive too many to sell their honor and innocence for food. In no age of the world has man had better opportunity than now to display those lofty virtues and that noble heroism that so distinguished the three great military and religious orders in their youth before they became corrupt and invaded by prosperity and power. And that's the reality. Protecting those who can't protect themselves against those who wish to slay the soul. That's the reality. Your soul is your mind. Like I said, your soul, your willpower, allowing you to choose what you want to do, what you want to follow. People do seek to truly slay the heart, slay the soul, slay any desire or drive that you personally have. That's the real fight right there. That's the real fight. Even on a battlefield, no matter where you are, that's the real fight. Is your heart, because your heart's going to populate good thoughts or bad thoughts. Your heart creates the drive to go in one of those directions. Am I trying to help or do good? I'm just trying to get something for myself. Well, then I'm not trying to hang around somebody else to try to get something from them or try to get something from them. I'm just going to plug away and work on it. If I want some help, then I will shout out directly. This is what I need help with. This is where I am. These are my resources. Can you help me? I'm going to be straight up. Otherwise, I'm going to keep plugging away at myself because I know there's no miscommunication here. There's no miscommunication here. I'm not here. I got my shit together. Don't look like it, do I? Good. Don't want to look like I do. If I look like I do, then I'm working. I've got the suit on and everything. I look all professional and stuff. And then, no. I rather surprise people. I like surprise. Surprise is good. Surprise, shock. I like shock. Shock's good. Shock, misdirection. Misdirection's good. See, because people are always scheming, always up to something. Always. They are. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. So if you throwing out misdirection 24/7 and yet you're able to still be who you are and walk that tightrope, shit, when somebody start playing a game on your ass, you're gonna be like, uh-huh, yeah, sure. What you want to follow? I'll just jump into that role. I'll be exactly what you want me to be. As soon as you're ready for that, with that final little trap, when you want to spin on me, I'm gonna shift and change. You be like, whoop, that wasn't me. I'm too big for that little thing, huh? I'll tell you what, being able to shapeshift is a very good ability. And shapeshift, I'm not talking about physical form here. I'm talking about the soul. Your soul, the energy, literally can shapeshift into anything. It fits inside of our body and we have life. We talk about mythical creatures, astral creatures, all sorts of ones out there. And yet we restrict our own to just the human form, a ball of light. That energy can shift into anything that it wants to be. That energy literally, it can literally cause other people to see different things. It can literally open up and show a person through the third eye an image that you actually are. And that can cause them to appreciate you or be afraid of you. Whatever was the intended purpose, it shined. It was shown. And your life kept moving on, and you didn't even know nothing happened. Your soul is powerful, and the liberation of your soul from the control of other humans is paramount to you creating the world that we're going to live in. When you find your joy, don't let anybody take it. You find that happiness, I'm telling you, stay in. And when you notice it's disturbed, when you notice that living one vibrational energy becomes disturbed, well, let's do what we need to do to make sure the disturbance just like isn't present anymore. That's the ultimate goal. I don't have to hurt the source. I don't have to do anything bad. I don't have to wish anything bad. I don't nothing in the bad category. There's a lot of innocent individuals in the world, and it that innocence is very connected to a pure heart. Like, I understand why my mom did what she did so that I could be like a kid as long as I could. I think it was about like, I'll be honest, like I sucked on my blanket till I was like 13 or so. I don't care. I tried it a few years ago. I was like, nah, yeah, I'm past it, not into it anymore. I was teeth, whatever. Nah, just even on a purpose, I wasn't into it. But I was a kid. I was a kid for a long time. My mom, I don't want to use the word sheltered. I want to use the word protected. She protected me from going through things. And I was about 13 when I started waking up. When I started kind of connecting to the world a little bit, and then at the age of 15, the innocence was shattered, the purity was gone. Between the age of 15 to 25 to 27, my life was up and down. I was not in the state I am now. That's a darn fact at all. Um, my environment had thrown a curveball at me, and there was something I could not understand about my life that was happening, and I had to find that answer. When I did find that answer, that literally ended. Stopped feeling that way immediately. It was gone instantly. I knew more than emotional presence. I knew. Oh, understanding for me is everything. The correct understanding will allow you to have the correct emotional response. When reason trumps, when supreme reason comes through, truth. Oh boy. Well then, perception. I'll tell you what, perception is everything. You can perceive something to be one way, and you're going to have particular feelings according to that perception. That's going to cause you to be riled up, or however that thing is associated with that. But if your perception was different and you saw more information, more of the truth, then you wouldn't have that anger. You would have a different emotion, and on and on and on and on and on until those five primary emotions, or I think it's five, no, it's five, and boom, not there anymore. Because you literally work from one to the next to the next to the next, the 5 stages of grief kind of thing, dot, 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 dot. You work through that, I work through that. And then afterwards, the reason says, well, I don't have a reason to be angry at it. I went through it, I learned something, I gained something from whatever the case. They were limited, that was whatever the case. Understanding allows it to exist without judgment. Because what I can understand, I can work with and I can maneuver around. What I don't understand, I'm completely lost. I'm completely lost. So I've spent my life understanding people because it becomes the heart becomes that. That's what the attack is on. The attack is truly it's not on your body. The attack is on your heart. It's on your soul. That's what's coming from every angle of this world. That's where a lot of stuff is fueling from. News, bad this, bad that. Oh, look what they're doing over there. Oh, as much as they talk about bad stuff happening, there's good stuff happening around the world too. There's people doing good stuff. Like, like, and so it becomes what we focus on. And what we focus on, we can also create. We have to participate. If we don't participate in the world, then it's up to somebody else and they're going to create our future for us. That's the reality of it. You can let somebody direct that creation, or you could start directing it yourself. It's not. It's not about going famous. It's about developing your morals, developing your character and who you are, following that goal of goodness. And in time, the accumulation of everything, when you're ready and solid as an individual as yourself, then when you can take on all of that and survive it and go through that, there's more than, just there's more than just the present, than what people see. There's the whole life connected to all of it. Those things come along with it. So to be able to endure that, and what do they do with people normally? They go from being nobody to being super famous overnight. They're thrust into an entirely different world practically overnight. There's no shift of adjustment. There's no, like, here it all comes, deal with it on the fly. At least in my journey, I've noticed certain little things, and that's why the from one little step to the next step. The next step is learning that ability, learning that technique, learning that craft, or whatever it is. And then once that's taken care of, moving on to that next step. And that's how I can survive things, because it's been from one little thing to the next little thing. So everything to me is little. It don't matter how big it looks to somebody else. It doesn't matter how important somebody seems. Everything. I'm from Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas, right? And in your progress of your shamanic journey, you end up building so much energy. And that energy doesn't just come from yourself. While that is the main focus of it, while you do learn how to collect your energy, maintain it, and allow it to fill you up so that what's overflowing other people can get from that. And so you're never left exhausted. Your cup is always full. They get from the excess of that energy. And doing that upon that path, there's people end up helping and assisting in different ways, ways you won't even know or be told about. Some ways you will, some ways you won't. And but all those people you wind up helping and assisting, their goodwill follows. Their goodwill continues with you. And that's what adds propulsion to your journey. It's the goodwill of others. It's the true connections we've made with others in helping them and assisting them, whatever it might have been. Something small to you could have been major to them. I don't know how many people I've moved in with, and I don't know. They moved. They needed, I don't know, a box moved from here to there, and I was like, "You need anything else?" And they're like, "Oh my gosh, that's everything. I've been wanting to get to that box for months." And I'm like, it was too heavy for them, or they couldn't get up to it, or whatever the case. They were limited in their own abilities, and so it's nice to be able to help other people to be able to accomplish things in their own day-to-day life, because that's something we all have. We all have little personal goals that we want to accomplish. This is something I'm very much aware of all the time, is that people have their own goals. I have my goals, and I know that you have your goals, and sometimes those goals might kind of line up on their journey, but generally speaking, our goals are kind of hit in different places. You know what I'm saying? Kind of aiming at different stuff. Some people are focused. Well, everybody's focused on something a little bit different. Yeah. Yo, Jim, that's me. I remember this one time we had we had some friends over, and man, we went to the store. You talk about a big thick, yeah, thick Texas steak, bro. Mm-hmm. Yup. And dude, see, I learned the difference between grilling and barbecue. There's a difference between grilling and barbecuing. What is the difference? Grilling is hot and fast, and smoking is slow and low. So, low temperature, and so I learned. I was like, well, I smoke these like big old thick pieces of meat. Why not smoke a steak? So I started trying it with different pieces, and man, that's some pretty good way to make stuff. Tell you what. But I ain't done that in years. Years. That was back pre 2012. I had a big old pit. I did. It's pretty cool. And a vertical shaft on it. Could do like several layers. Stuff was awesome. Oh man, you taking me back to some childhood memories, man. Me and my mom, she had this way of cook. My mom taught me how to cook. She taught me that, and this is actually a pretty good way. I worked at McDonald's for a while, so I picked up a few things over there, and she said you get whatever your favorite thing is to cook and make. Essentially, make that once, make sure you can make that properly, And after you see the flavor that that has, and well, you already know what it is, start adding in your own spices, add in your own mixes. And you're going to find something that really nails the spot. And that's going to be your little touch on the dish. So whenever you serve it to people, people aren't going to taste what they normally taste, what's out of the box. They're going to taste something as different ingredients. You can have more, a little more zest, whatever the case. You make it your own, essentially. And I was like, ah, okay, I got you, I got you. And so, in that way of cooking, that also helped me in my way of thinking as well, in being able to really learn somebody's method of processing information and then being able to integrate that with my own. It allows me to do different things in an alchemical sense of being with my existence and my choice of life. There was once a woman who had three daughters, the eldest of whom was called One Eye because she had only one eye in the middle of her forehead, and the second Two Eyes because she had two eyes like other folks, and the youngest Three Eyes because she had three eyes, and her third eye was also in the center of her forehead. However, as Two Eyes saw just as other human beings did, her sisters and her mother could not endure her. They said to her, "Thou with thy two eyes art no better than the common people. Thou dost not belong to us." They pushed her about and threw old clothes to her and gave her nothing to eat but what they left, and did everything that they could to make her unhappy. It came to pass that Two Eyes had to go out into the fields and tend the goat, but to, but she was still quite hungry because her sisters had given her so little to eat. So she sat down on a ridge and began to weep, and so bitterly that two streams ran down from her eyes. And once, when she looked up in her grief, a woman was standing beside her who said, "Why art thou weeping, little Two Eyes?" Two Eyes answered, "Have I not reason to weep when I have two eyes like other people, and my sisters and mother hate me for it, and push me from one corner to another, throw old clothes at me, and give me nothing to eat but the scraps they leave? Today they've given me so little that I am still quite hungry." Then the wise woman said, "Wipe away thy tears, Two Eyes, and I will tell thee something to stop thee ever suffering from hunger again. Just say to the goat, 'Bleat, my little goat, bleat. cover the table with something to eat. And then a clean, well spread little table will stand before thee, with the most delicious food upon it, for which thou mayest eat as much as thou art inclined for. And when thou hast had enough, and hast no more need of the little table, just say, Bleat, bleat, my little goat, I pray, and to take the table quite away, and then it will vanish again from thy sight. Hereupon the wise woman departed, but Two Eyes thought, I must instantly make a trial, and see if what she has said is true, for I am far too hungry. And she said, Bleat, my little goat, bleat, cover the table with something to eat. And scarcely had she spoken the words than a little table covered with a white cloth was standing there, and on it was a plate with a knife and a fork and a silver spoon, and the most delicious food was there also, warm and smoking as if it had just come out of the kitchen. Then Two Eyes said the shortest prayer she knew, Lord God, be with us always, Amen, and helped herself to some food, and enjoyed it. And when she was satisfied, she said, as the wise woman had taught her, Bleat, bleat, my little goat, I pray, and take the table quite away. And immediately the little table and everything on it was gone. That is a delightful way of keeping house, thought Two Eyes, and was quite glad and happy. In the evening, when she went home with her goat, she found a small earthenware dish with some food, which her sisters had set ready for her, but she did not touch it. Next day, she again went out with her goat, and left a few bits of broken bread which had been handed to her, lying untouched. The first and the second time that she did this, her sisters did not remark it at all, but as it happened every time, they did observe it, and said, There's something wrong about Two Eyes. She always leaves her food untasted, and she used to eat up everything that was given her. She must have discovered other ways of getting food. In order that they might learn the truth, they resolved to send One Eye with Two Eyes when she went to drive her goat to the pasture, to observe what Two Eyes did when she was there, and whether anyone brought her anything to eat and drink. So when Two Eyes set out the next time, One Eye went to her and said, I will go with you to the pasture and see that goat is well taken care of and driven where there is food. But Two Eyes knew what was in One Eye's mind, and drove the goat in high grass, and said, Come, One Eye, we will sit down, and I will sing something to you. One Eye sat down and was tired with the unaccustomed walk in the heat of the sun, and Two Eyes sang constantly, One Eye, wakest thou? One Eye, sleepest thou? Until One Eye shut her one eye and fell asleep, and as soon as Two Eyes saw that One Eye was fast asleep and could discover nothing, she said, Bleat, my little goat, bleat, cover the table with something to eat, and seated herself at her table, and ate and drank until she was satisfied, and then she again cried, Bleat, bleat, my little goat, I pray, and take the table quite away. And in an instant all was gone. Two Eyes now awakened One Eye and said, One Eye, you want to take care of the goat and go to sleep while you're doing it. And in the meantime, the goat might run all over the world. Come, let us go home again. So they went home, and again Two Eyes let her little dish stand untouched, and One Eye could not tell her mother why she would not eat at it. And to excuse herself, she said, I fell asleep when I was out. Next day the mother said to Three Eyes, This time thou shalt go and observe if Two Eyes eats anything when she is out, and if my one fetches her food and drink, for she must eat and drink in secret. So Three Eyes went to Two Eyes and said, I will go with you and see if the goat is taken proper care of and driven where there is food. But Two Eyes knew what was in Three Eyes' mind, and drove the goat into high grass, and said, We will sit down, and I will sing something to you. Three Eyes. Three Eyes sat down and was tired with the walk and with the heat of the sun, and Two Eyes began the same song as before, and saying, Three Eyes, are you walking? But then, instead of singing, Three Eyes, are you sleeping? As she ought to have done, she thoughtlessly sang. Two Eyes, are you sleeping? And sang all the time. Three Eyes, are you waking? Two Eyes, are you sleeping? Then two of the eyes which Three Eyes had shut and fell asleep. But the third, as it had not been named in the song, did not sleep. It is true that Three Eyes shut it, but only in her cunning to pretend it was asleep too. But it blinked and could see everything very well. And then Two Eyes thought that Three Eyes was fast asleep. She used her little charm, bleat, my little goat, bleat, cover the table with something to eat, and ate and drank as much as her heart desired, and then ordered the table to go away again. Bleat, bleat, my little goat, I pray, and take the table quite away. And Three Eyes had seen everything. Then Two Eyes came to her, waked her, and said, have you been asleep, Three Eyes? You are a good caretaker. Come, we will go home. And when they got home, Two Eyes again did not eat. And Three Eyes said to the mother, now I know why that high minded thing there does not eat. When she is out, she says to the goat, bleat, my little goat, bleat, cover the table with something to eat. And then a little table appears before her covered with the best of food, much better than we have here. And when she has eaten all she wants, she says, bleat, bleat, my little goat, I pray, and take the table quite away. And all disappears. I watched everything closely. She put two of my eyes to sleep by using a certain form of words, but luckily the one in my forehead kept awake. Then the envious mother cried, dost thou want to fare better than we do? The desire shall pass away. And she fetched a butcher's knife and thrust it into the heart of the goat, which fell down dead. When Two Eyes saw that, she went out full of trouble, seated herself on the ridge of the grass at the edge of the field, and wept bitter tears. Suddenly the wise woman once more stood by her side and said, Two Eyes, why art thou weeping? Have I not reason to weep? She answered, the goat which covered the table for me every day when I spoke your charm has been killed by my mother, and now I shall again have to bear hunger and want. The wise woman said, Two Eyes, I will give thee a piece of good advice. Ask thy sisters to give thee the entrails of the slaughtered goat, but bury them in the ground in the front of the house, and thy fortune will be made. Then she vanished, and Two Eyes went home and said to her sisters, Dear sisters, do give me some part of my goat. I don't wish for what is good, but give me the entrails. Then they laughed and said, If that's all you want, you can have it. So Two Eyes took the entrails and buried them quietly in the evening in the front of the house door, as the wise woman had counseled her to do. Next morning, when they all awoke and went to the house door, there stood a strangely magnificent tree with leaves of silver and fruit of gold hanging among them, so that in all the wide world there was nothing more beautiful or precious. They did not know how the tree could have come there during the night, but Two Eyes saw that it had grown up out of the entrails of the goat, for it was standing on the exact spot where she had buried them. Then the mother said to One Eye, climb up, my child, and gather some of the fruit of the tree for us. One Eye climbed up, but when she was about to get a hold of one of the golden apples, the branch escaped from her hands, and that happened each time, so that she could not pluck a single apple. Let her do as she might. Then said the mother, Three Eyes, do you climb up? You, Three Eyes, do you climb up? You, with your three eyes, can look about you better than One Eye. One Eye slipped down, and Three Eyes climbed up. Three Eyes was not more skillful and might search as she liked, but the golden apples always escaped her. At length the mother grew impatient and climbed up herself, but could not get a hold of the fruit no better than One Eye and Three Eyes, for she always clutched empty air. Then said Two Eyes, I will just go up. Perhaps I may succeed better. The sisters cried, You indeed, with your two eyes, what can you do? But Two Eyes climbed up, and the golden apples did get out of her way. but came into her hand of their accord, so that she could pluck them one after the other, and brought a whole apronful down with her. The mother took them away from her, and instead of treating poor Two Eyes any better for this, she and One Eye and Three Eyes were only envious because Two Eyes alone had been able to get the fruit, and they treated her still more cruelly. It so befell that once when they were all standing together by the tree, a young knight came up. "Quick, Two Eyes," cried the sisters, "creep under this and don't disgrace us." And with all speed they turned an empty barrel which was standing close by the tree over poor Two Eyes, and they pushed the golden apples which she had been gathering under it too. When the knight came nearer, he was a handsome lord who stopped and admired the magnificent gold and silver tree, and said to the two sisters, "To whom does this fine tree belong? Anyone who would bestow one branch of it on me might in return for it ask whatsoever he desired." Then One Eye and Three Eyes replied that the tree belonged to them, and that they would give him a branch. They both took great trouble, but they were not able to do it, for the branches and fruit both moved away from them every time. Then said the knight, "It is very strange that the tree should belong to you, and that you should still not be able to break a piece off." They again asserted that the tree was their property. While they were saying so, Two Eyes rolled out a couple of golden apples from under the barrel to the feet of the knight, for she was vexed with One Eye and Three Eyes for not speaking the truth. When the knight saw the apples he was astonished, and asked where they came from. One Eye and Three Eyes answered what that they had another sister, who was not allowed to show herself, for she had only two eyes like any common person. The knight, however, desired to see her, and cried, "Two Eyes, come forth." Then Two Eyes, quite comforted, came from beneath the barrel, and the knight was surprised at her great beauty, and said, "Thou, Two Eyes, canst certainly break off a branch from the tree for me." "Yes," replied Two Eyes, "that I certainly shall be able to do, for the tree belongs to me." And she climbed up, and with the greatest ease broke off a branch with the beautiful silver leaves and golden fruit, and gave it to the knight. And then said the knight, "Two Eyes, what shall I give thee for it?" "Alas," answered Two Eyes, "I suffer from hunger and thirst, grief and want, from early morning till late night. If you would take me with you and deliver me from these things, I should be happy." So the knight lifted Two Eyes on his horse, and took her home with him to his father's castle, and there he gave her beautiful clothes and meat and drink, to her father's content. And as he loved her so much, he married her, and the wedding was solemnized with great rejoicing. When Two Eyes was thus carried away by the handsome knight, her two sisters grudged her good fortune in downright earnest. "The wonderful tree, however, still remains with us," thought they, "and even if we can gather no fruit from it, still everyone will stand still and look at it, and come to us and admire it. Who knows what good things may be in store for us?" But next morning the tree had vanished, and all their hopes were at an end. And when Two Eyes looked out the window of her own little room, her great delight, it was standing in front of it, and so it had followed her. Two Eyes lived a long time in happiness. Once two poor women came to her in the castle and begged for alms. She looked at their faces and recognized her sisters, One Eye and Three Eyes, who had fallen into such poverty that they had to wander about and beg their bread from door to door. Two Eyes, however, made them welcome, and was kind to them, and took care of them, so that they both, with all their hearts, repented the evil that they had done their sisters in their youth. See that spider bite? This is a short one. The Wolf and the Man. Once upon a time, the fox was talking to the wolf of strength of man, how no animal could withstand him, and how all were obliged to employ cunning in order to preserve themselves from him. Then the wolf answered, "If I had but the chance for seeing a man for once, I would set on him notwithstanding." "I can help thee do that," said the fox. "Come to me early tomorrow morning, and I will show thee one." The wolf presented himself betimes, and the fox took him out on the road by which the huntsman went daily. First came an old discharged soldier. "Is that a man?" inquired the wolf. "No," answered the fox, "that was one." Afterwards came a little boy who was going to school. "Is that a man?" "No, that is going to be one." At length came a hunter with his double-barreled gun at his back and hanger by his side. Said the fox to the wolf, "Look, there comes the man. Thou must attack him, but I will take myself off to my hole." The wolf then rushed on the man. When the huntsman saw him, he said, "It is pity that I have not loaded with a bullet," aimed, and fired a small shot in his face. The wolf pulled a very wry face, but did not let himself be frightened, and attacked him again, on which the huntsman gave him the second barrel. The wolf swallowed his pain and rushed on the huntsman, but he drew out his right hanger and gave him a few cuts with it on the right and left, so that bleeding everywhere, he ran howling back to the fox. "Well, brother wolf," said the fox, "how hast thou gone on with the man?" "Ah," replied the wolf, "I never imagined the strength of man to be what it is. First he took a stick from his shoulder and blew into it, and then something flew into my face which tickled me terribly. Then he breathed once more into the stick, and it flew into my nose like lightning and hail, and then I was quite close. He drew a white rib out of his side, and he beat me so that it was that I was but left lying dead." "See what a braggart thou art," said the fox. "Thou throwest my hatchet so far that thou canst not fetch it back again." The world ain't full of people that just want to help you. I enjoy reading. I really do. It's something that I learned to do in my life, and that's what I've found. When I was younger, I did a bunch of different stuff, got a bunch of different abilities and skills. People taught me over the years that I learned, and in all of that, there were certain things that I became better at than other things. And being aware of that helped me learn things I can do and can't do, things I'm really capable of, and things that are really outside of my league. And I'll even try things that are outside of my league. I'll reach and see if I can do that myself. Sometimes you can. Sometimes you do more than you think you can do. But I found that I really enjoy the things that I know how to do because I know about them. I know the ins and outs. I know the pitfalls. I know where the shortcomings are. I know how to walk past that obstacle. And in doing that, I'm happy to do what I'm interested in. I'm happy to do what I love to do. I'm not happy to do it when I got somebody poking aside every freaking 5 minutes, trying to redirect my thoughts or something. I don't like that. I'm not interested in that. That's where it starts. That's when somebody else starts micromanaging you. That's when there's no fucking joy in it. That's when that's the death of that place. That's the ending of that. Being able to pay attention to one's own being is paramount to their own future. They'll let you know where you want to be. They'll let you know where you belong. Beyond your reason, beyond your desire, or whatever you think you're planning on doing. Spirit, divine, that stuff changes up in any moment. That's a fact. See, people do this to each other all the time. Some people are very obvious. Some people try to be sly as a fox. The Lord's animals and the devil's. The Lord God had created all animals and had chosen out the wolf to be his dog, but he had forgotten the goat. Then the devil made ready and began to create also, and created goats with fine long tails. Now, when they went to pasture, they generally remained caught in the hedges by their tails. Then the devil had to go there and disentangle them with a great deal of trouble. Enraged him at least, and he went out and bit off the tail of every goat, as may be seen to this day by the stump. Then he let them go to pasture alone. But it came to pass that the Lord God perceived how at one time they gnawed away at a fruitful tree, at another injured the noble vines, or destroyed other tender plants. They distressed him, so that in his goodness and mercy he summoned his wolves, who soon tore in pieces the goats that went there. When the devil observed this, he went before the Lord and said, "Thy creatures have destroyed mine." The Lord answered, "Why didst thou create things to do harm?" The devil said, "I was compelled to do it, inasmuch as my thoughts run on evil. What I create can have no other nature, and thou must pay me heavy damages. I will pay thee as soon as the oak leaves fall. Come then, thy money will then be ready counted out." When the oak leaves had fallen, the devil came and demanded what was due to him. But the Lord said, "In the church of Constantinople stands a tall oak tree which still has all its leaves." With raging and curses, the devil departed and went to seek the oak, wandered in the wilderness for 6 months before he found it. And when he returned, all the oaks had in the meantime covered themselves again with green leaves. Then he had to forfeit his indemnity, and in his rage he put out the eyes of all the remaining goats and put his own instead. This is why all goats have devil eyes and their tails bitten off, and why he likes to assume their shape. Raji, no. Raji, this Saturday. No, Raji, it's not satanic. I go over stotras and mantras and all sorts. We go over blessings in the morning for 2 hours from languages around the world. And we cover various amounts of different topics. We jump from topic to topic, and I'm not covering exactly world news or anything else going on out in all of that. I'm doing what I do every day, and at the beginning of my day, I like to go over my blessings. I like to go over that gem in the morning, and then afterwards we'll move from tarot or oracle or something beyond the mind to talk about. There are ways. This what we're really about is liberation of your own mind, of your own heart, of your own emotions, and that means being able to follow your will to choose that. And when we become emotionally entangled with other individuals, we wind up having the thoughts follow us home, following us to the bed, following us in the middle of the night. And these are the types of things that nobody needs to be dealing with. And there is a way to be able to be free from those entanglements. And it is simply moving away from the human conditioned state of being, conditioned state of being, for within is your true indwelling intelligence. And that true indwelling intelligence is not conditioned to anything. It is it that can morph into anything you desire it to be. And in this life, by living one vibrational energy in your love that becomes true, you're able to stamp your energy into its existence, and you're able to truly be that electromagnetic individual that you are. See, the electricity truly is active when your emotions are kicking, when you're in meditation, when your chakras are aligned and your emotions are blazing, that electricity is kicking. And what we do is formulating our habits. And our habits are something we don't think about. And when we have something that we don't think about and we can do it, well then that's something that we can capitalize on that ability, and we can be able to have a multitude of positive things that we love to do turned into a habit type of state, so that we don't even have to think about doing the good stuff that we love to do. And in a various amount of ways, through abstract analogies, through whatever's moving through the spirit and connected to, um, cover those kinds of topics. And generally speaking, we've been a couple days now. We've been going live at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Start out with a couple of blessings in English. This morning we honor the Divine Mother, the Divine Father, and the Divine Child, essentially. And then we proceeded into the ancient blessings and appreciated going through those. And so that's what I've been doing every single day. Um, if I could get some things going back to Aztec or Mayan, yeah, yeah, I would love to do that. That would be awesome. I love going to the ancient ways, as where modern things have been completely. It's you got people in the same group that believe different things. Come on, it doesn't. Come on, seriously, seriously. It's the modern scene of religion. That big popular one. Yeah, no. Ancient, real. I got Aztec blood. I got Aztec blood in me. If I find some in there, yeah, I'm down for that. I'm happy to do that. I did have an Aztec death whistle. Um, I did, and that was one of the items. There's one box I had, and it had some major spiritual items in that box, and somebody somebody literally stole that box. So somebody else got it at this point. What am I? So what I've learned to do in my life is to essentially, it starts with a pure heart. You gotta have a heart of love. If you don't have a heart of love, you ain't going nowhere without that on this journey. Um, though with that, I essentially I went. What am I? The question was, what am I? So I learned how to activate dormant genes within my DNA through meditation, chakra alignment, and at the temple that I had went to. Through the use of particular sounds and other methods that I put together as a whole, I've learned from many sources all over, and I've learned how to find the sources of those ceremonies of that divine resonance. The divines that we think of are different energy types. These are different energy types that we can morph into. Your indwelling intelligence, it can morph into anything. And that's why not remaining in a conditioned state in somebody's, they see me only as this and that's all that I am. No, that's not all that I am. There's other things that I am. There's other things that need attention too. There's that aspect. So there's many parts of of that. Um, and it's not just repeating the self. It's not just replacing the self with another kind of. It's not losing the self, but it's bringing in true divine resonance again, activating dormant genes within inside of our DNA, within our blood, and this is what allows us to move into different divine states of being, different resonances of energy of whatever the world may need. The world and everything on it is vibrating at a particular energy. Well, there's another energy that needs to come up so that there's balance. One thing that I've been chasing and doing for my entire life in every situation is balance. Is balance is very important. If there's no balance, then there's no sustainability. Balance is something that I seek in every environment that I am within. And if I can't achieve that balance, then that environment's not for me. That's that. because I'm not trying to change people. I'm not trying to change the community, but for you to wake up to understand that you can change. You don't have to be under their conditioned state of view. You can shift and be something different if you so choose and not lose yourself. And the only way you don't lose yourself is because you have a pure heart of love, and that's keeping you connected with your child, your inner child. And that inner child, man, they ain't never lost. They know exactly where they're running and playing and enjoying the world, and you know. And I don't see people enjoying the world. I see people trying to escape from the chaos that's in their life, from the imbalancement that they can't achieve. They're trying to find that balance, and I truly believe that balance is in within each of us. It's within you. It's with everybody. And because through that balance of your own self, your vibration changes the environment. By you knowing who you are and knowing what you like to do, that changes the environment. It's good to ask questions. It's even better to find the answer. That's the other half of that. I'm with you, Spider Bite. I'm with you on that one. I'm not sure what that is, but yeah, I don't know. When one is on their shamanic journey in life, you're going to have a lot of people that are going to want to uh, direct your path because, for whatever reason they have, they're going to want to direct you. And I have learned that following people's direction, and that can get you in some really bad places. It could get you in some really good places. How how which direction to follow? Well, I'm gonna take some baby steps, and I'm gonna keep taking baby steps because I take baby steps in life generally. A bunch of baby steps get pretty far. People try to take too large of a step at once, they trip over stuff, they lose their balance, and they give up because they don't want to go down the path. They don't want to keep doing that. They want to keep falling over. A bunch of baby steps will help you navigate an environment that you can't actually see. I've tried it. It's actually pretty effective in the dark. I couldn't see the terrain before me. I just take a bunch of tiny little steps, practically darn near shuffling my feet back and forth. But every single time I'll be able to hit something or know that something's coming up, or I didn't lose my balance. I was able to stay on my feet and keep going. And that's the difference. That really is the difference. Um, and in doing that, I continually I pay attention to the results. What are the results? The results are my emotion, is my state of being. What is my state of being in their energy field? Is it calm? Is it chill? Is it vibrating? Am I having to say, oh, I don't want to do this, oh, I don't want to do that, I don't want to be here, I don't want to. Am I doing that? Because if I'm doing that, that's not the environment for me to be in. It's not. Your life is yours. If you choose to live it. But to stay attached to fear. I've had people go, oh, I don't fear nothing. Well, then I stopped talking to them immediately because I already saw fear stop them 3 times from doing stuff. I watched it. I watched it and I heard the supporting words come out of the source. So I'm working with an individual with fear. We're limited. Everything's limited. I can't do half of what I want to fucking do. I can't even talk about half of what I, 3/4 of what I want to talk about. I'm limited. I don't want to be in that environment. I don't want to be stuck in somebody else's religion. No, no, I'm not getting stuck in anybody else's way of thinking. You can keep your way of thinking. You want to study mine? Tell you what, I wrote a book on it. It's called Setra. You can buy it. It's on Amazon. SETCHRA. Or you can send me an email at setra@yahoo.com. I'll send you a free PDF copy. I wrote my own book. I came up with my own system. It's been tried and tested by a professional shrink and everything. It's a work. And it's full of solutions. Solutions to everyday things you go through. I'll give it to you for free. Shoot me an email. I'll send it right back to you. You know, a great place to test out being yourself. It's like a Renaissance festival. You know, something you can dress up and go to. You can really feel like it's accepted to dress up there. I started paying attention to things like that. You know, you go certain places and it's just like there's just certain style of dress that you wear when you go there. It's just what people do. Things change nowadays, people more lax. But you kind of get my drift. And I started saying, well, why is it acceptable to dress like that there, but it's not okay or acceptable to dress like that if I want to go out to eat? On a technicality, there's like no dress code at the restaurant that I go to, or, you know, went to whatever. I haven't been to a restaurant in, I don't know, I can't remember. I've gotten pizza to go, I've got stuff to go, you know, but I haven't like went into a restaurant and eaten. But you know, like when I used to. Oh, what's the difference? There's no dress code there. There's no dress code at the restaurant. There's no dress code for me walking out of my door how I choose to. I could dress how I want. If I was a female, shoot, I'd be getting arrested and ticketed and everything because I want to be wearing a shirt. Well, why? Guys don't have to wear a shirt. I don't want to wear a shirt. It's just a human body. You got a problem with it? What you making of it? That's your problem. It's something you got going on in your head. I want to get the sun on my body. So if the temperature is cold enough, I'll put something on. If the temperature is perfect, why do I want to put something on? Why? Why do I want to put a shirt on? I got my bottom half covered. I'm good. To fit in with what people want me to fit in with so that they feel comfortable. The people that mentally abuse me and emotionally abuse me, they want me to dress and conform into their standard too? Whoa. Yeah, doesn't all of that make sense? So let me just let them know that they don't have their control and be who I am. It didn't work. Your words didn't work. I am so glad I went to school before some uniform thing got put into place. Holy crikey. I would have dropped out way earlier. way earlier. You put me in a goddamn uniform with that. No, no, no. And everybody else in the same colors? No, no, no. That's mental. If you put 100 people in the same outfit and you put them together, that is a form of mind control. No, 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 no. You fuck no. You better be doing a ceremony at that freaking temple or something. You better be something I'm into. Not for me. No. I see what the fuck is going on. No. No. No, 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 no. I like the rainbow. I like the rainbow. I'm going to dress in all my colors. I like red, blue, bright red. Whatever I feel like, whatever spirit feels like, that's this my body. Dare anybody to tell me I can't dress the way I want to dress. I think we need to put on some comedy right now. I need to put on a comedy movie. I need to laugh. People will try to control you through your clothing, your mannerisms, everything. Everything. Break that control. Remind them they don't have fucking control. You don't have to do anything bad. You don't have to do anything that touches them or harms them or anything. All you got to do is be you. Let your heart shine. Let your heart be what your heart wants to be. Stop being this adult. You gotta do this, you gotta do this, you can't do. Oh, the Bible says you have free will, but do what I say and just like I said, and like I talk. The fuck? Really? 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 Hypocrite. That's what I call that. Hypocrite. Hypocrite. And that is definitely not advice I'm listening to. See, I personalize and I use the word I as much as I can because I've been through enough experiences in my life to pull from all of this is accurate and share some personal stories, but I don't need to be saying you. You can personally apply how you desire to. That's your choice. But in my things that I'm mentioning is for keep them to me because personal application is very important. If somebody misapplies that information, that's on them. That's not on me. I'm used to people misapplying information because they're trying to track my thoughts, and my thoughts already moved past that old stuff. My thoughts are somewhere else. It's where my heart is. That's where my thoughts are chasing. Boom, right after my heart. My heart's much faster than my thoughts. I'll tell you what, my thoughts got to keep up with my heart. That's why I love communication, friendships, a partner, anybody. If there's no communication, well, there's plenty of room for error. Not allowing frustration to detract from your energy. Frustration, anger, these things, they don't they don't propel you in life. They sap away at everything that you are, destroys what you are. I watched my mom, she worried and stressed over everything. Yes, she conquered a lot, but she I saw her literally worry herself into the state that she was in. The continued stress is not an environment in which the body can heal. The body has to be at a state of rest, of peace to heal, a state of calm to heal. The body can't heal when it's agitated by other things. So if you truly want to live a long life, if you truly want to increase the days of your life, then the more that you can heal your own body, the more peace you can find, the more calm you can reach. Meditation, the stillness of thoughts. If you can't stop your thoughts currently, you can. You can. You can have that power of your own body, of your own resonance. And other people really, it doesn't matter. That's the thing is other people, there there's good, like I mentioned, and then there's those that are going to detract you. To know your environment is going to allow you to make a choice, and that choice is going to be made the way a lot of other choices were made by people. Now, if you got a good mom, a good dad, a good brother, good, somebody really good looking after you, well, then I'm not including them in this or you in this or whatever. But there are people out there and they make decisions completely without your knowledge and without your awareness. And that's what they decided to do throughout your life. Well, doesn't that allow you to make your own decisions for yourself? That's the conclusion I came to when I was younger. I've been living as the result of everybody else's decisions. That's why my life sucks. So let me live my own decisions and see if my life gets better. Hmm, emotionally, I'm a lot better. I'm, I'm good, actually. I figured out the reasons. When we read books and we connect to philosophers and what they said, there's one thing to recognize good information, but it's another thing to actually incorporate that information, that good advice, into one's life. That's a whole nother ball of wax. It's a whole nother circumstance. And that's what I started. That's what I focused on in my life. That's one of the big focuses of my life was applying the application, applying the material, not just reading it, but doing it every single day. Making this is what I want to do with my life. This is what I choose. This is the direction I want. I want to set up good things. I don't want to be part of the bad stuff. So that was a complete change of my environment, of everything. I remember the moment I was in school and I was popular or whatever, winning stuff or whatever. My eyesight went bad. I got glasses, got a patch over one eye, and that was gone. Boom! I was a nerd. It's four eyes now. I didn't fit in. I didn't have 100 friends anymore. I had one, maybe two, if that. No, it went away. I'm used to people laughing at me. It happens regularly. I used to walk into a kitchen, wash dishes, and the main cook himself, literally, starts laughing at me, along with the other people. They're all laughing at me. I see the direction of their face. I know what they're laughing at. I'm used to that. I knew that my time there was short. That moment I knew my time there was short. I get it. The world's full of people that are going to tear me down. They're going to try to anyways. I'm not going to sit around and take it. I'm not going to sit there and accept abuse. I don't know why Wait, I do know why. Yeah, I do know why. Why do people sit around and they take being pummeled emotionally, mentally, or physically, or any? Why do they sit there and take it? Because they were conditioned. They were conditioned by people's behaviors, by people's words, by their environment. They were conditioned to say, if you don't accept this, you got nothing. You're done on this world. So they accepted and they went back to it day after day after day. That is that's not acceptable. Not in my book. Not in my book. The psychological things people do to each other is the slaying of the soul. That's your real devil. That's your real demons. That's the real threat. It's not some immaterial ghost coming for you. It's the conditioned state of somebody stuck in one way of thinking only. And they can't see anything else. They can't do anything else. That's it. They got one pattern of behavior. We're going to follow that one all the way out. I've learned more things in life, and I've learned that my happiness is more important than anything else. It is. It is. So I choose not to live a life like people normally live or get by with or do. I gave that up. I said, that's not my focus no more. I appreciate the comment. It said, please consider freestyle rapping. They didn't say to do it. They said, please consider, which I appreciate that question more than demanding. So that's huge. So thank you for that. I will consider it. I have considered it before. And like sometimes it flows and sometimes it doesn't. And when it flows, everything's on point. But when it doesn't, I'm not. I'm. Ah, man. Maybe I'll consider it. I'll consider it. I'll consider it. Take your spider bite. What's up, Jagannatha? Uh, it's weird, but I'll read it. Jagannath said, "How are your parents?" My mom's in the afterlife. So she's doing pretty good over there. She ascended a few times. So she's doing real good over there. And then the next comment is from Brian Helmig. It says, "Your dad loves you." Uh, no, my dad, he said he didn't want a son. Last time I talked to my dad, he said he don't want a son. Oh wait, that wasn't the was yeah, that was not the last time I talked to him. I wrote him a letter, and he said, my dad, he said, if you don't do exactly what I say, then I'll never help you again. It was the one and first time the motherfucker ever helped me in life in fucking 28 years, 28 years of life. The one time the fucker actually helps me, and he turns around in that very fucking breath with a letter and says, if you don't do everything I say, I'm not going to help you. Take your gift and shove it up your fucking ass. Seriously? Seriously? No. No. Now, my divine father and my divine mother, they love me very much. They'll show up through anybody, complete strangers, do a good deed, help me out, whatever. Appreciate it. Awesome. They'll show up there. Now, those parents, they're doing great. And I know there's a difference. My mom, she was divine in the present in the flesh. And when she ascended and moved on, started helping me out at big time. And why? Why did other things get in? It wasn't just her, because she moved into Papa, and she's yo, you better take care of a kiddo down there. And they got they've been keeping up in my ass ever since. God from heaven. No, I'm not a movie star. Um, no, I do like to think that we are all stars. Um, I'll tell you what. There's actually those are two things that kind of go hand in hand. And then thought said, how does one become like this? And there was this one time, and I was in a fast food joint, and this gentleman comes in, and I had no clue. I had no clue who this dude was. This was years ago. I don't know, 2013 ish, and I'm eating my food, just chilling out, and this dude comes in, and he's wearing all black, and this dude. I thought he was a rock star or something. I thought he's a movie, something. I don't know. I don't know who he was, but the energy, just the presence. And he got his food. He put his foot up on the table. And he's just eating, just. And I'm like, this dude's making me feel like $1 million. Just, I don't. This dude could be famous, and he could be nobody famous. I don't know, but I feel like $1 million sitting in here because the dude's giving off that vibe. And I left, and I took a good walk that day, and I thought about that, how the presence of one person can change how everybody feels in the room. And then started thinking about my own memories, good and bad, all of them, because I'm looking for information, not for feelings or, hurt, this was wrong. I'm going through that information. I'm going through those memories for specific information now. And yes, okay, this is supported. This is fact. This is not just me. You're in a room with a teacher. You've a different presence depending on the teacher and how they're interacting with the class is whether people have a feeling when that teacher's there or not, or whether you go into the principal's office or you go into their place or their room, whoever you go in, right, yeah, they have that feeling, that energy is present, you feel it sitting in that chair, whatever you're having to talk about, whoever you are. Okay, so then I said, oh, I liked his presence. His presence lifted me up. And I said, I like to do that for others. I'd like to lift other people. I'd like to make other people feel like $1,000,000. So I started. That was well before I ever started dressing like this. But I had my own kind of style of dress at the time. I was able to literally pretty much walk in my everyday clothing onto into a Renaissance fair and be part of one of the events, started working it and everything. And they didn't have to re-outfit me in anything. It's just what I was wearing. And so that was they gave me a little sword for my hip or whatever the case, something to go with the outfit. I was on the battering ram. We were burning down the castle, and I was at the on the battering ram bashing down the door. That was pretty cool. That was really cool. They're storming the castle. Showed up at the Ren Fair. Never been there before. Didn't even know that one was there. Technically, somebody told me about it, and oh, okay, well, I'll go this way instead of where I was going. And boom, one thing turned into another. And so that spiritual journey, that spiritual path, really, it took me into the Renaissance world, and I started to understand a lot of stuff that was going there, and I got to interact with different individuals. There's one individual in particular, and he was a magician, and literally that was an amazing experience. And I thought it was so amazing because here I am studying and into ancient magic essentially, and this dude's actually he's doing shows. He's going to Renaissance fairs and literally doing magic shows. Man, got birds popping out all sorts of places and all sorts of things he's doing. Man, gets the chains and busts out the chains and everything. Straight jacket, all of it. He does it. And so I was able to interact and with different individuals. I was able to um, adopt new aspects, new habits, new qualities because I was in a new environment. And as I've been to each different environment along my journey, a little different piece of me was I was able to gather. Oh, like that, boom, boom, and a little update there, boom, little update there, and who I am has just been formulating over the past so many years that boom, it it winds up. I appreciate that question because that's how you and each person in the world can be for themselves. You can view yourself as that. You are a star. You are brilliant. Well, we don't know if you're going to be a rock star or a movie star or a pop star or whatever. You can be your own star, your own, and that's to be discovered and found. And that can only be discovered and found without seeing the end product in totality. It's discovered. You discover this along the way. And that's why when people want to condition someone else into only one way of being, that's the way they are, that's how it is, it's they never change, that's it. Because it's predictable. And if it's predictable, then it's safe. And if it's safe, then it's acceptable and they can go along with that. But unfamiliar is unpredictable. And for most people, the unpredictable is where they start to get worried. And for myself, I see miracles pop up. I see events pop up. I see omens pop up. I see signs pop up. And that's what I follow from here to there to there. I've had people hang out with me for an extended period of time and they start seeing, they start realizing, they start experiencing those things. It's a personal experience, and it's truly for the eye of the beholder. If you don't have the eyes to see, you cannot observe it. A lot of things happen under the radar. People saying sarcasm. I'm not good with sarcasm. I'm horrible with sarcasm. People sarcastic, they say something sarcastic, and I respond with a compliment or a thanks or something like that. They weren't complimenting me. They were being sarcastic. I didn't get it. I don't think like that. My brain doesn't move like that. So generally after the case, it's usually a day later, and I'm like, hold on a second. Oh, well, I'm glad that came out and that nipped that in the butt. I couldn't even see who they were. I don't go on my magical abilities or psychic abilities or any other ability to look into somebody's life or figure out what they're doing. That's not proper. Even if you have the ability. I've worked with the divine. I have. They took me into their space, not physically. The divine took me into their space consciously. And they were like, look, recognize that your thoughts, there's a wall here, right? Like a room. So my room's my room, right? It's boom, boom. They said, in this area, if I tell you to, you got to stay in your own room, thought wise, in my own room. Because there's another conversation going on between divine, whatever I'm not supposed to listen to, be part of, or hear. So I got to be in that moment when it popped up, I can be in my own room, and then be like, okay, boom. And it was an interesting experience. It's a very interesting experience. No, I was not on anything. Make weed, some Mary Jane. That's it. Tobacco. That's it. The space of heaven is is truly omniscient. You can see through all of it. But just because you can doesn't mean that you do. That's one thing I've learned on this divine path. Just because I can do something does not give me the right to do it. It has to be a divine issuance, and then I'll do it. If it's not in alignment, I don't care how much I want to do it. I'm not doing it. I don't care how much it's going to benefit me. If it's not in alignment, I'm not throwing it down. Because that alignment, that synchronicity again, back to the heart. It's all in the heart. It's a pure heart. It's an innocent heart. An innocent gets torn down in this world. It does. It gets used and abused. Why? Because it doesn't stand up for itself. If you if if you don't do something, let me talk about myself. If I don't do something that should be done on a divine level, I didn't even think about it. If it's divine style, I'm throwing it down. But if I don't protect myself, the divine's going to protect me. If I don't act up, the divine's going to act up. They're going to move for me. That's faith. It's belief. It's trust. Trust. Trust is huge. Most people can't even trust themselves. That's why they listen to everybody else's advice and direction, because they can't trust themselves. And when you are able to get to a point where you sincerely trust yourself, that will change your presence in every room you walk into. That will change your entire life. And there's going to be people that are not going to stick around you anymore. Why? Because you don't trust them. So you're not doing what they tell you to do. You're not their puppet anymore. You cut the strings. And they said, wow, I don't get to do what I want with you anymore. I'll go find somebody else. That's what they do. As long as it's not you. Cupcake Astrid. There you go. What can you do about your situation right now? I didn't call it a problem, it's a situation. I learned a long time ago. If we call it a situation, well, that's something we can handle. And it doesn't exactly entail bad things. If I call it a problem, well, then that kind of puts my brain on a negative spin of things. So I got the situation, right? Perspective of mind of seeing how to deal with that. So, for many people, most people, you got some situation you're stuck in right now. How do you get out of it? You throw a lifeline. You throw a lifeline to your future self. Your spirit, your spirit, it it's in every single one of your bodies. It's lived in every single one of your bodies. That energy, it doesn't know time like you and I know time. Not like that. We can literally send messages to ourselves for an SOS. If you want to look at it as you're sending an SOS to a divine and they're acting on your behalf, then so is occurring. Your perception and what you focus on will literally collapse the energy in the empty, visibly empty space into an event. If you believe, if you believe, because when you start believing in yourself, you'll start believing in other people too. And when you believe in somebody else's potential, well, you're sending blessings to them immediately. Energetical blessings are literally being sent. Attention for somebody's prosperity is going to have benefits upon that individual's life. So then everybody we wind up interacting with winds up receiving a blessing from us simply interacting with them. And I think that's amazing. I think that's a beautiful reality. And yes, science is catching up to these realities. Yes, if you do the research and look into the material, yeah, humans are discovering new things every single day. Scientists, they always plugging away at something, multiple things. Energy update for the world. The energy's good. The energy's real good. Depending on where people are on their own chakra system, depending on where people are on their own vibrations, will depend on how that energy hits them. The world is certainly shifting its energy. The poles, I mean, like, look at they've been, so much has been happening. And you look into the research and you see what's actually been happening, what scientists, discoverers, researchers have been trying to let people know for a good long while now, actually. And it all comes down to our own hearts. It all comes down to holding on for that energy swap, which is happening, which we're in the motion of. And we're getting a lot of positive energy into our atmosphere. And there's a lot of people that don't like that positive energy. They don't like it because they know that means more people are not just waking up, but actually walking into their power. Because when you personally walk into your own power, legitimate power that you can learn to sustain within you, energetical power in order to create manifestations, then the world changes because you recognize that you're a co creator and you have the power to manifest reality. You don't need a machine. You don't need a religion. You don't need those things. You need a heart with good, pure love in it. That's the main ingredient. And you can, and belief and the will to follow your own heart that creates our new earth, that creates heaven on earth. And we have 99% of the population pretty much. On an energy level, there's well over 50, there's well over 56% of people in this world that are connected to the global conscious, to our consciousness of this world. We all have our independent consciousness. There's a global consciousness of resonance, and we all tap into the field every single day. They keep trying to find, where does consciousness come from? It comes from all around us. We are the receivers of it. And our body, our blood, our spirit, our brain, that's our personal experience. And every time we meditate, every time we go to sleep, we literally update our experiences into the global consciousness of our entire world. Now, on a magical level, some people learn how to lock away their stuff so other people can't find it in that realm of knowing. But, big booty butt, when you learn and connect with the Hootie, when you are given access to the records of the Hall of Amenti, when you can see down that hall, when you can go and view all of that, the records, when you have access to it, so you go anywhere and learn anything you want to. That's your call then. Moving into becoming a shaman of my own life was quite unique. That it was something I could dream of. It's something I could play with the construct of. It's something I could like imagine playing a video game, but I couldn't picture that. I couldn't even envision this. I had no clue. I had no clue. And that's, everybody's journey is unique of what you can actually become. You can become anything you want to be. It's your choice. Your choice. It's not somebody else's choice. It's your choice if you want to do that. And if you spend a life doing what you desire to do, as in fundamental desire, as in growthful, like development, not just after pleasure, not just after lust, then you're going to have a life every single day that feels fulfilled, feels complete, feels good. And that's what matters, is your feelings for you, not anybody else's, your feelings of you. That's what matters. It's important to think good about yourself. No matter who you are, no matter what you're living through, there is good inside of everybody. And it's only when we focus on the good within other people does it really come out. Because again, what we focus on, it creates a reality. And that's why I would prefer to focus on the good of people rather than whatever anything else. Because if I could help them get something good that they need, then they can progress in their life. They can move to where their life goes next. And I just found that this world really likes to get you stuck. It likes to get you stuck in molasses. You can't move anywhere. Get you stuck in some quicksand, get you sinking down. You can't make any progress. You're just stuck. Spirit likes to keep moving. Energy likes to keep moving. How much I Ariel Ferraro, etc. Do you relate to your normal past? I personally can't, as someone who went through a transformation, but I'm curious about you. I can, yes, I can relate to my past. I can remember my past, my childhood ways, and doing things those ways. And those aren't things, I'm not into those things anymore. I'm not into those things. I'm not interested in those things. And see, I wrote this book. The reason why I can remember those things is because literally when I was going through my personal transformation, I started I started receiving a divine language. And the first night I was out before the fire, and I was in a hut, and it's like a cabin slash hut, legit. And it was primarily a hut, and it like just had some boards inside. Anyways, not like big boards. Anyways, before the fire, I was living in the woods, and before the fire, in the coals was this very interesting shape, and I drew the shape out, and then a word popped out, Kokula, and I wrote out Kokula as much as I could sound it out, and then the meaning popped into my head out of nowhere, not my thoughts. It's just like I did the action, and the next thing comes, and then I do that, and then the next thing comes, and then after Kokula was the universal understanding of all. Boom, that's it. And I kept receiving these words and writing them down, and that's what became this book, Cetra. If you want a free copy, you can send me an email, setchra, cetra at yahoo.com. I'll shoot you a free copy. Or you can go to amazon.com and buy an actual physical copy. It is published. Though that book is the words specifically, there's 129 words in that book particularly, and every single one of these words was had attached to it. I attached on my own free time an experience that related to the word. So somebody would present an obstacle in my life, and the divine showed me this is the solution past the obstacle, and actually had me look at my own memories, and they were like, see, you did it there, that worked, write that down. Boom. Like, it was amazing. Spiritual divine collaboration, straight through just meditation and whatnot in the woods out there before the fire. And so I kept a very detailed journal of other people's crap and how to get past it. So I reminded myself indefinitely of those past of my past being, because if I didn't say this before, I no, I did not. Another reason why I started writing this information down is I knew I was going through a transformation of thought, of perception upon the world, of seeing things divinely rather than just through a human 3D lens. And by doing this, by keeping this journal, by keeping up with that, I was able to keep the memory of who I was. And after my activation, rather very soon, like weeks after my legit initial activation, like I wind up getting into an environment with somebody else and find themselves within my being said, follow them for a bit. I've got other things to do. Okay, I've been following you up till now. My life was in the gutter before then, and okay, I'll follow this person. And they did that because I had to learn everything that I was capable of, and here's what it was. I spent so much time with the other person, and I followed them because the Spirit said to follow them. So I'm following them, not just whatever. And they had me into the dumps to where I lost myself. Now, you might think, well, that's a bad thing. You got sent into a bad place. No, no, no. When I lost myself, I grabbed my book that I wrote of my own memories and I began reading. And I remembered how I thought. And I remembered all those things. And by the time I got done reading, I remembered I'm a happy person. I wake up happy. I go to sleep happy. I'm full of energy and go, go, go juice out of nowhere, even without coffee. Fuck it. It's just who I am. That's how I've been since I was a kid. It's how I've been growing up. That's who I am now. I woke up one morning, this same person who I was telling you about. I'm not with them. No, that's past. That's in the past, and that not with. They're not in my life. That'll, and that, that I was able to. I was able to remember I'm a happy person. I got myself back. So, what the divine showed me, what dad, with all his hard knocks lessons of real life, taught me was I could get smashed, crushed. You could screw me over. I can resurrect myself. I could come right back. I'd be my young 20-year-old self with all the spiritual information, doing what I'm doing. I'm my happy young self. Can't take that away from me. Resurrection was the first spell I learned. And I wrote 129 spells. If you want to look at it like, I don't think of it like that, but I was to resurrection, to resurrection, to my own resurrection, and anybody else who wants a good right idea. That's what I was taught to do in the very beginning. And that taught me this world is going to screw you over. It's going to crush you and slay your heart. It's going to try to rip your mind out. And I said, thanks for the lesson, Pa. Now I know what I'm dealing with every single person in the world. I don't care who it is. I don't care who it is. I've been around people and they speak good, 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 and then complain, 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 complain. Good, 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 but horrid entertainment, vileness, ugly, bloody, fighting, killing, hard, blah, blah, blah. No, I know who I am. I know who I am. So great reality, though, share on that. Because a lot of us don't relate to the normal past. I re, Again, I relate, but I don't connect or live with it. I can remember, I can recall, but I'm not into those things anymore. I see where people just want to have fun. I don't want to just have fun. That's not that. Just having fun isn't. That's not going to win. That's not going to secure. That's not going to do. That's going to be happy. That's going to be good for a time. A time. And we all know the truth about time. Great, great stuff. Great stuff. Very welcome, friends, and yeah, super welcome, super welcome. And again, if I didn't mention, I did mention it, but if you do want a copy of that book, just send me a free copy, totally free, no nothing. Just shoot me an email, to cetra@yahoo.com, setchra@yahoo.com, and I'll shoot you an email back with a copy of the book. And for those, because there are some people and they don't understand, but as a bit of reflection on today, earlier we read how it is a noble thing to to stand up and to help those in life whose soul has been slain. You can very much still be living and kicking, and your heart, your drive is gone and absent, and many individuals, the soul, the joy, the spark has been slain, has been snuffed out. And so we live in a day to day mechanical process of just rinse and repeat. And that's that's not our life. To be able to resurrect and bring that life back, that joy that was like when a kid and you're happy to learn stuff and do things and experience life. That's a resurrection that many people are experiencing these days. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere for some. Others, they're working towards that. They're working towards it in a various amount of ways. That is not something easy to do. And to all those that consider brother, sister, friend, family in any form or way, my friend Philip, thanks for hanging out today. We'll be back here tomorrow, 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and be on the jam again. In the beginning, we give a couple blessings in English, Father, Mother, and Divine Child, and then we move into 2 hours bout of ancient blessings in various languages, from Kemetic, Egyptian, Sumerian, Sanskrit to India, to different Indian languages on the Hindu side, to Indian on the American side. We've got one in Crow that we read, um, and I think there's some Latin in there and some other stuff. And so look forward to having you, hanging out with you again. And until we do, Donna De Kauai, much love and many blessings.